Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
Delicious things to eat.
The popcorn can't be beat. The sparkling drinks are just dandy. The chocolate bars and the candy. So let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat. Let's all go to the lobby to get ourselves a treat.
I'm a fan of classic movies.
Hello and welcome to Ticket Stubs, where we talk about movies in all their forms, double features, audio commentaries, and everything in between. We take cinema seriously, even if we don't take ourselves too seriously. We're your co-hosts, Kyle and Levi Huffman. I'm Kyle.
And I'm Levi.
And here we are, Levi. Here we are in June of 2026. Honestly, so much stuff going on and around in the culture right now. It's heads are spinning a little bit. We're both teachers off for the summer, which is a very exciting feeling as always.
Got no class and we got no principals, as you and I were talking about.
Yeah. So before we get into Blue Plate Special and ruminations on some recent stuff, just introduce today's episode, which is all about 60s, I would say, I guess, genre classics / deconstructions of genre of their respective genres, and
genre evolution or genre devolution.
Yeah. And these are obviously two genres that had a lot of interplay with each other.
Do you think it? This is an interesting question. I don't want to spend forever on this, because like everyone else, I'm an incredibly busy man right now. No, I'm being serious. I've got a million things going on, so I don't want to take forever to even talk about this question. But do you think that a lot of like evolutions of things are in their own ways, or like a far form of it is deconstruction?
Yeah, I think
like as in like, well, I guess what I mean is like for the and I mean that sounds like a stupid question maybe, but like it seems obvious, but like for westerns, for example, or really, and I mean that's the point that. Well, we didn't even say what these are yet.
I was getting ready to.
Oh, okay, well, go ahead.
The Sword of Doom from 1966 and The Wild Bunch from 1969. Go on.
So, both of these are, the samurai movie and the western. Both those have aspects of honor that exist, in them. But more so in... I think the samurai movie, there's way more of that as a concept, but also, like, in Japanese culture, honor is seen as more of a virtue than it is here, which is funny to say because it definitely is here too, but like still in a bigger way. But that both of these movies are ultimately about either the willful or the kind of unconscious destruction of honor. Mm-hmm. I feel like. And let me go ahead and say, I still love The Wild Bunch. It's still one of my favorite movies. But while we were watching it this time, I remarked to you, I said, I'm glad that the reason I love this movie is not because what it has to say. Yeah. Because I think actually I could spend some time, or we're going to spend some time later, parsing through that and being like, this movie's kind of fraudulent as far as like what it's actually literally saying about anything. But then again, I've always kind of felt that way about every Peckinpah movie. Yes. I'm like, I'm not really interested. We've done,
obviously, in the past, Bring Me the Head of Alfredo Garcia, and kind of went into this a little bit.
And I've talked about, both of us probably talked about Straw Dogs at that time, too. And that's another one where I'm like, I love that movie not because of anything it has to say so much as what it is as a piece of genre filmmaking I'm very impressed by. But anyway, as far as that I think... The Sword of Doom has a lot more immediately to say and critique about its character, and
they're also like, I think we've been doing this more recently anyways, which I've liked, is like actually watching these as double features, like back to back, like as opposed to just watching one day and then one the next day or another time. And one thing that really stuck out to me is obviously, as the trailer, as you'll listen to later, you won't be able to, unless you speak Japanese, exactly understand what's being said. But it's got titles in it too, but as does the Wild Bunch trailer, which has some kind of weird, funny titles. But
suddenly, with that like sweeping 1950s showboat font,
it's like, this is not appropriate for what this is.
And then has that like splatter yellow font at different points, and it's like that's one of the ugliest looking things to ever look at.
Very late 60s, early 70s look. But
awful.
Sword of Doom, while it has kind of a decent sized cast, is ultimately like very singular. There's just one character.
Well, there is, but then there's like all this other stuff going on too, which we can talk about later. As far as like what, like, but
I feel like that's more of a like this is a clear protagonist story than with the Wild Bunch. I mean, if you're going to parse it out, the movie is positioning William Holden and Robert Ryan's characters as the leads. I think slightly imbalanced, a little imbalanced for me. But it's also, too, it's like there's an ensemble and there's like it's about hanging out with these people over the course of the rest of their lives in many cases, in most cases. And also, like, I think one of the more compelling aspects of the movie is it's like sometimes subtle, sometimes not so subtle. Like, look at like why we make the choices that we do and having to live with those choices and, you know, being at peace with what life both gave you, but also what you dictated for yourself, you know. Anyways,
whereas,
pretty
much all the action of Sword of Doom results from his insanity. Like, pretty much, you know, more or less.
Yeah, and what happens with, like, the Wild Bunch, and I think this happens to different degrees, both with the, mostly, especially with William Holden and his characters that he's with, but also to an extent Robert Ryan, about, like, okay, you've made a choice to actually stand up for something, what are going to be the consequences of that? And I think that's where, like, as you were saying, the samurai movie inherently has more, because as an extension of Japanese culture, more of an emphasis of honor and dignity versus the language, especially of, like, say, the nihilistic, deconstructionist westerns, is all about get honor as much money as much as possible by any means necessary, basically, to follow through with the ethics of Stone Cold Steve Austin, DTA, don't trust anybody, you know. So I think that this made for an interesting pairing, and we'll talk about it here in just a little bit. Interesting sports time right now. I'll kind of go ahead and turn it over to Levi, our World Cup correspondent, and I know Levi's already on the Big W, his blog. You've written a little kind of introduction, kind of prologue piece to some World Cup writings you're going to be doing. The first one was terrific. I'll throw a link in for this one and some maybe other ones you might have out by the time this drops too.
So originally I had planned, and just to explain, I wrote, I'm just writing a like day by day kind of report of things that happen. So it's kind of new for me. I'm not really used to that. I mean, I've always, in my own way, I like the kind of idea of journalism. Like, I would never be a journalist. And I'm not talking about in the, like, we must search for...
No, I know what you mean, though. Yeah.
Which I'm thinking
literally
a lot
the journaling of like, the writing
and
about something.
I'm thinking a lot about the nature of, like, what is truth recently, which is something I hate talking about because I think it's very, like, roll your eyes kind of like... And I'll talk about that in a little bit with Disclosure Day because that's... One of the movies I'm talking about that I'm saying that, and I have, that's not going to be a negative conversation, but anyway, my idea was that I wanted to write every day about like this happened, that happened. So I spent a lot of time on the prep stuff so far, and we've only had, as of this recording, 2 games that were yesterday, both of which were very interesting in different ways, and I've not written about the night game yet. I wrote about the Mexico South Africa game, which was I don't and I said this, who knows what will go down as infamous or notorious or anything anymore. Like, at a time, only time knows that, really. But that's going to
Well, I
have to
know
go down
for
as one of the
sure,
most infamous games of all time.
Well,
Like,
speaking of infamous sporting events,
yeah.
we're getting ready to have a UFC fight on
Yeah.
the White House lawn. That's obviously
Right.
that is. It's not even will that age well. That has already aged bad, and it hasn't even happened
Right.
yet. So, like,
Yeah.
make of that what you will. But
Yeah,
anyways.
but well, I guess, who knows, like, what people will
Right.
think about the Game 1 Mexico.
Well, especially because
and
who knows what the future
rest
games
of the
are going
games.
to be.
Yeah,
too.
I mean, but just as a... Anyway, my point, so before I get into talking about it a little bit, because I'm jumping all over the place, I'm planning on probably having another one out by Saturday or Sunday of these days after this. So tomorrow or Sunday. I'd originally planned to do it on June 18th. I was going to do it like a week apart each. But the final is going to be on a Sunday, so I felt like actually, and I've already written so much, it can be its own thing. So it'll say week 1, but it's really only like a couple game days and the days preceding. But overall, it'll.
I mean,
make
obviously, it goes without saying, Levi's a huge soccer fan, football fan.
Yeah.
I deep down like the idea of calling it football. I usually don't call it that just because of the confusion.
It is way
like,
easier when you write it to call it football. Like,
Yeah.
if you use I use the phrase unattractive football or footballer. It's way easier
right, yeah.
to use that.
I usually just don't say it just because, especially where
I'm
we
an American
live,
football fan even
where
more
we
than I am a
live,
soccer fan.
it's just
so,
confusing, and
Right.
because people are like football. What do you mean?
Right.
Like anyways.
Football, yeah.
But so if I say soccer, it's
Yeah.
by no means a diminishment of the
Right.
sport. But
I mean, let me just say, listen to our accents if you're
Yeah,
hearing this. It's
right.
soccer around here, so yeah.
So, anyways,
anyway.
like, I mean, one of the reasons you got into soccer was the 22 World Cup, and
Yeah.
so here we are again 4 years later of soccer fandom. What are your thoughts, expectations, just in a macro sense about who you're rooting for when it comes to this World Cup, and also the Americanness on top of it? It feels like everything is going on steroids across society right now.
Yeah.
Because not only is this happening in America, and then there's some games in Canada and Mexico
yeah.
also.
There were 2 in Mexico yesterday.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure, but let me look to be sure. I'm pretty sure the Canada game this afternoon is in Canada.
Yeah.
And then the night game, which will be USA and Paraguay, is going to be in L.A. So,
But also at the time that we're having America 250
it's
and
in
whatever,
Toronto this game tonight or this afternoon.
and whatever all of that means exactly. Like, I mean, you wrote about this a little bit.
Yeah,
but
I mean,
if you just give us like a brief summation, if it's
Yeah,
even possible,
Well,
like, of
I
what all
wrote
this
a lot.
means.
I mean, and I spent a lot of time on this thinking about it. In the words of Gore Vidal, I made my case very carefully. I think this is actually the worst possible time in modern history to have done a World Cup in America. And everything I'm going to say without relative comedy, because I actually am taking a lot of this seriously, and I'm trying not to be hyperbolic or anything about it, or to seem like, oh, I'm just being, because I mentioned that I wrote this week, something that hadn't been published yet, about like, I'm not trying to be just like needlessly pessimistic. And I'll return to this notion in a bit. The games yesterday were fantastic in ways of either being genuinely competitive and good, or like were awful and are just going to be memorable. Like, I was not bored during those games, basically, like I feared, because quickly, just to explain, they've increased the number of teams, which means that you're getting 48 teams instead of 36. That's 12 extra teams. That means you're going to get a lot of teams that are frankly not very good and compared to other teams, and they're going to have some bad matchups, like what was yesterday with Mexico and South Africa. As far as Mexico goes, they're like more midstream, pretty good, but like not. They're not going to make it real far.
South Africa is a team
South
that,
Africa
if it was in the 32,
yes, they would not be in it.
Yeah.
Or no, 30. Is it 36 or 32? What it was? I think it's 36 originally.
Yeah.
But anyway, yeah, they wouldn't have been in that group. I mean, I'm not trying to be over exaggerated, and let me go ahead and say, like, I'm a soccer fan, but I'm not some like genius about it. I feel like I know more about American football than I do about soccer in terms of like certain ways to be like real technical about it. But they've got to be one of the worst teams I've ever seen. Probably the worst team I've ever seen playing
the
a World
South
Cup.
Africa team.
Yeah, I mean they were really terrible. Just to yeah, well, I'll come back to that game in a little bit because I want to say some things about it. But anyway, so like obviously there's way more teams, and I kind of forgot where I was going with this, but that.
Do you think this was it akin to like what's going on with the college football playoff right now?
Yeah.
Where it's like, well, we're just going to add more teams just so we can have more games, which means more ad revenue, more like just more just to maximize. And that's not even criticizing exactly just the United States for this. This is going to happen with FIFA probably wherever they were going to go,
right?
And from the future too, as far as they want as much chances to make money on these things as possible.
Right, and of course they're doing the hydration breaks now, which when we went to the Club World Cup game in Charlotte last summer, when we saw Bayern Munich play Benfica, they had some in that. Now, granted, that was a 99-degree game, and it was miserable. I was telling somebody the other day, I don't know that I'd do that again if we had the choice to go. Yeah. I mean, it was a good game and it was a good time, but I just don't know.
I probably drank more bottles of water at that game than I have,
and
for
still
any
came home dehydrated. Yeah. Now, I mean, so anyway, that's all just to say that they're doing this hydration break stuff and they're trying to act like, oh my God, the United States is so hot. Well, first of all, yes, but secondly, like, it was very well noted at the time how hot the 1994 America World Cup was. It was, and just another thing to say, it was in the 80s in winter in Qatar, or like late fall in Qatar last time.
Yeah, 2010.
So I think that I'm not a conspiracy theorist by nature or anything, but I think there's a concerted effort by the media to justify these hydration breaks by saying it's just so hot. We need to have these hydration breaks. And they keep bringing up the heat.
I'm not.
You know what I mean?
I want to say this delicately.
Yeah.
I don't want to make this a poor America thing either. But do you think there's also like, I'm not even gonna say conspiracy, but like an international, like, let's just find any way to dump on America having this as much as possible, like angle to like the international media looking at, well, you know, in America it's just so much worse here or there. It's just for the general cynicism that obviously exists for America.
Whereas they played so many World Cup games in Mexico as is, because they had 2 whole World Cups in Mexico already, 70 and 86, and then they're having this one.
Right.
I mean, they played 2 games there yesterday. Interestingly, at least from what I saw, the temperature was only 74 degrees at the Mexico at the Estadio Azteca, which is kind of pretty low, you know, compared to. It actually started raining during that game a little bit, so that was a little lower. But no, I mean, and they played in Brazil. They played games in South Africa before. I mean, they played all over, and I'm just like, that's just BS. Like, if you're gonna act like this is the first time they've ever had heat. Now you can say, oh, well, the humidity's worse or whatever. It's like, yeah, maybe, but like, get over it. You're a soccer player. You're running around. It can't be that much more hot than you'd be anyway. Mm-hmm. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, that's all like a big propaganda. I think it's more in line of like everybody wanting to complain about it so they can justify the hydration stuff. As far as the media coverage, as far as teams,
the American media coverage,
right? As far as teams, I don't know if they care or not. Like, really,
yeah.
But anyway, so yeah, that's like a whole thing. So what I was going to say, the hydration breaks. What's funny? Somebody looked at the feeds, the broadcast feeds. If you were watching it in America, they had ads. The Guadalajara feed had literally no ads, and it just showed like the hydration break, what was going on, and them giving commentary over it. So I'm just saying that's probably happening in other places in the world where they're focusing on that. So I think it's interesting that the majority of international sport, or at least in this one case, I don't know yet, but that like in that case, there was like nobody. A lot of other people or other countries are like not interested in playing that game.
I wonder if the same thing happens with the Olympics around the world as far as how it's shown in America on NBC.
And
versus,
I mean, I mentioned this too, and not William Volman. I'm reading his book too, but William Bowman. Bauman. You knew I was going there. If you know
Taylorsville.
you know. Yeah. Whatever the hell. Might as well be They might as well have had Disclosure Day over there. It's a friggin' alien planet in
There's something
Taylorsville.
even crazier
I
going
don't
on over
know.
there than aliens. I don't know.
Anyway, we don't have time to talk about that.
You do like a true crime investigation podcast.
But
going over
nothing
there,
happened. Just go over there and just spend 5 minutes and you'll find something.
And then the mystery is at the very end, it's like, why do we do this? Like,
Yeah. And those people disappear and it's a whole thing and everybody forgets that. But I can't believe it, kind of. If you know, you know. Anyway, and you don't, so it's fine. But what was I talking about?
hydration breaks. You said in other countries they're not maybe showing ads during those.
Right. Alien.
We really need a reprise of the John Hamm Santa Claus ads that happened 4 years ago, like Santa in the summer. Give us just one.
Yeah.
Just one ad of like what Santa's up to in the summer watching the World Cup. Because I thought that was just a creative, weird little cool ad campaign that went along with that.
Yeah.
You can tell they were like leaning into this as being a different time of year. It's so freaking hot there. They have to do it another time of the year, you know? Like,
well, see, that's another thing I want to talk about a little bit too, because okay, once again with the conspiracy stuff here.
Well, partly also owed to they hadn't built everything.
That's
like,
what
in
they're
time,
saying
like,
now.
Well, that happens all the time with the Olympic Games
that is
and everything.
Partially
like,
true, I think too. I think that is true that was part of it. I kid you not. I swear at the time, I feel like I remember hearing that it was about the heat too. And now that's kind of been whitewashed by the media too. They're like, no, I think it was just and it's like they're obfuscating heat elsewhere. I'm dead serious. There's something going on.
There's a heat conspiracy
with this. Like I'm real, and I'm not the type of person who looks for that kind of stuff. You know me. I'm very like, if there's a conspiracy, I'm believing in what they tell me pretty automatically. But there's something going on here with this like heat crap, because there's no way that it's that big of a deal. I mean, if you even go back, I mean, I wasn't even there, but if you even go back and watch, like, okay, I got a thought experiment for everybody. If you're listening and you care, go look up United States and Nigeria 1994 World Cup game, and you're going to see just the way the picture looks, how absolutely hot it had to have been. And that was in, like...
You said 94?
Yeah, I don't remember what city that was in. Go to videos.
A lot of weather talk today.
Maybe this isn't the one I was thinking of. Maybe they played somebody else. Or it was... I don't know. And Lamine Yamal is friggin' in it, of course. Or we're looking at it here, but skip through it a little bit.
Let's see.
I'm thinking maybe it was another game I'm thinking of.
Okay.
I'll look it up here in a second, actually, and see. But anyway, I swear there's some kind of conspiracy about this, as far as, like, them acting like, oh, it's so hot, like, oh, I so don't care. It's just stupid.
Now you're a big Mbappe fan. Are you're rooting for France?
Oh yeah, they're my number one. Yeah, let's get hang on, let's get a handle on this, because I feel like I'm running all over the place. No, it was Nigeria and Italy was what it was. So yeah, go look up the Nigeria and Italy game from 1994. Just look at the wait. Do you see that?
Yeah,
hang on.
They're just inundating us with ads here on YouTube.
Yeah, of course. At least they're soccer ads.
Yeah. At least it's in the realm of what you're watching.
Okay, this can end now. It's not going to, but okay. Just look at the sun.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, that's got to be like in the 90s. There's no way that's.
Where was that?
The
The 94 World Cup.
They said at the beginning probably, but.
Hosted in the United States.
Yeah, it was in the U.S. That's what I'm saying. But
Pasadena Rose Bowl.
It was
It was
at yeah. So anyway,
Brazil defeated Italy.
Okay, let's get a handle on this. Hang on, because I've lost my train of thought. So my thoughts on it being in America. That's where I was going with this. Is that they're trying to come up with all these reasons, but I'll tell you the reasons is bad. Well, first of all, and I said this already, I mean, they're going to pull some kind of crap. You know, Trump's going to be like a dictator over this whole thing, like the guy that was I wrote his name just the other day, and it just escaped me. The guy that was the dictator in Zaire when they had the Rumble in the Jungle. I mean, literally, I feel like that's literally what it's going to be. Is like he like shows up to games and is like, "Oh, look at me," and you know. But also, I mean, we're literally coming at this when, Mobutu Sese Seko, that we're literally coming at this at the worst time in his presidency in terms of like all this stuff, you know, obviously the anti-immigration stuff, the economy, the Iran war. Did you see yesterday? He said, "Oh, I think we're really close to a peace deal." Right after bombing them again, it's literally like
we've been really close to a lot of things for a long
Right,
time with
yeah.
him. It's always just tune in next time.
Did you
Just
see that
tune
thing
in.
he said about the inflation, by the way?
Yeah.
Where he was like, "Oh, I love it." Now, to his benefit, I think what he was actually meaning to say was that I'm happy with the numbers of where they are, which is insane in and of itself.
Yeah.
I don't think he actually I think he slipped up and said, "Oh, I love inflation." I don't think that's exactly what he meant, but it just sounded funny when he said it. To defend him for a moment.
He did show up at Game 3 of the
Right,
NBA
and
Finals.
I
got
mentioned
booed
that.
out of
I mentioned that.
arena,
I mean, that's
basically.
what's going to happen. Like, if he were to go out to SoFi today, tonight, which he probably won't, he'll probably go to one of the East Coast games or something, you know.
Yeah.
But he would get booed. I mean, he'll get booed any
He might
city
go to the
he goes
final,
to.
which I think isn't that
He will
happening
go
at
to that.
MetLife, I think?
And he'll get booed there. I mean, pretty much any major city you go to, because I mean he's wildly unpopular in America right now, which is funny because I'm like, well, you voted for him, so what?
Yeah.
Why are you? What are you mad about? He's not doing what he said. Oh well.
You know, the one thing to really get under people's skin are gas prices and the economy,
and
make
that's
things
at its
being more
worst,
expensive. Even people that voted for him are like, "Well, I didn't want that.
Yeah.
I voted not to have that." It's like, well, did you
Right.
think about who you voted for? But anyways,
But my biggest fear of everything, and then I'll talk a little bit more about what, and we'll move on because I'm taking too long on this. The things I'm really worried about with this are like reactions to crowds. I mean, we've seen already how he like sends out the National Guard to deal with stuff over this past year and a half, and I worry that
it could happen in like LA, especially.
that there's going to be something's going to happen, and he's going to encourage it because he wants everybody to see on the world stage that we're quote strong in our law enforcement. Obviously, what that's going to do is send the exact opposite message, which is say this is martial law, this is a dictatorship, like it's an autocratic Nazi, government essentially. And I'm the type of person where like I don't throw the word Nazi around very much. I use the word fascist a lot more. But I think it's all right to use it in this case. I mean, this is a pretty Nazi, crypto-Nazi government, to also quote Gorbachev. And he wants to put that on full display. So that's my biggest problem with it. I also compared it to the Berlin Olympics, which is funny because just to say about the Americans briefly, the American team, I feel so bad for them in its own way too, because I mean, they have no charisma whatsoever. Unlike a lot of these other teams, like Spain is going to have like infinite charisma because they're like a young team. And even though I can't stand a lot of the players, they have a like personality about them, which I respect at least to say, oh, wow, they're, or France has a personality, or Argentina, right? So there's going to be all these teams, or even Portugal, these teams that you're like, oh, yeah, these people, I've seen them a lot. I've seen them play elsewhere. America is basically like no personality whatsoever. There's literally been these ads. I don't know if you saw it, that Will Ferrell ad of him in the Lay's truck. Have you seen that?
I don't think I have.
Okay.
No.
And it's got like Odell Beckham. David Beckham in it. Odell Beckham would be funny. It's got Marshawn Lynch in it, though, at one point. Because he says, you want some Lay's? And it's like a Lay. It's like a Lay, L-E-I, of Lay's chips. Yeah. And he's like eating them while he has them on.
I have seen.
Yeah, but anyway, and he says, like, just choose a bandwagon team. Who cares? I mean, literally what's going to happen for, the majority of Americans are not really soccer fans, and it's been that way, and it's going to continue to be that way. Although it's bigger now than it's ever been. Because I'm a product of that, so, But what's going to happen is you're going to have people tune in tonight and be like, oh, the American team, and then they'll win the group stage probably because a lot of these, I think they're playing Panama, and then they're playing, let me look who the other teams are. I can't remember off the top of my head, but they're like not that great. And just to say that the night game yesterday got kind of fun, but like and competitive. But I mean, both the games yesterday ended the way everybody expected. So that wasn't. But yeah, they're with United States, Paraguay, Australia, and Turkey. The only one they really got to worry about is Australia. They can be kind of good. But anyway, the Americans will fall. I mean, I said it in that I'm like they're going to fall to some proverbial Jesse Owens at some point, and we're going to look like total idiots. But what's funny is, I was listening a little bit to that podcast of Adam Friedland and Chris Reiner doing the Beautiful Pod, and they were both saying, yeah, neither of us are really caring about the U.S., and they were like, yeah, whatever, like, and saying how that's kind of funny. But, like, it's not only because of where our nation is right now, because I'll just be out. I want us to be embarrassed on, like, a national stage of, like, a national team to say, on an international stage to say, yeah, look at how awful this is. Now, the team itself, I don't wish them very much ill will, but also, like I said, they lack a personality to even attach to. So, therefore, it's kind of like, yeah, I just don't really care what happens to them, so it's whatever. But did we talk about that ad on here about you don't believe in miracles? Because I know I've written about it. So, man, I keep typing that out too. It's like my phrase I keep using. But anyway, so that's kind of where I am on that. Is like I hope that it doesn't turn into as bad of a time as it could. We have literally 102 games left for things to go sour. So like, it's like I said yesterday. We have like what is it? 204 hydration breaks left to go. So like, who knows what'll happen.
Yeah.
But anyway, so my favorites of the tournament are going to be, France is my number one, and they're kind of ranked number one, number two. So it's going to be them or Spain. Yeah, I think Spain will probably win it all, but you never know. And I don't really particularly like them because I don't like a lot of their players. I base it a lot on like players. Whereas in American football, I base it on the team. I don't really care about who the players are. That doesn't really mean anything to me at all. I care more about the cities and the teams. When it comes to soccer, I'm much more about, like, I like these players, so I'm going to pull for them, So my number one is France. My number two is South Korea, and I'll talk about them in just a second when I talk about the game. After that, it would be Germany, and they're pretty good. And then England, and then Mexico. So two of the teams have already played. Mexico, I like them anyway, but also I have a jersey. All right, talk about that game a little bit. What were your thoughts on that first half of that game? Because you watched it a little bit.
I was kind of half watching it while I was doing some other stuff. I also noticed Selma Hayek was there.
With Gianni Infantino, which means Johnny Baby. I'm just gonna say, like,
I think it was pretty clear to me, and I know less about soccer and football than you do, but like that Mexico is clearly the way better team than they were. But I think like across most sports in general, like group stages or early rounds of any sport really are always going to sometimes be not as good or as competitive.
Yeah,
as
that's
like,
what I was going to say that
like
I forgot is that I was worried. I was
are.
worried about these group stage matches because they're very lopsided because they split up all of the best teams into different ones, and then they've got all
like
these other
like the March Madness tournament. Where they have the one seeds.
And part of that is so they can give these other teams like chances to. Yeah. It's cool to like give these other teams chances, but it's like then you get games like yesterday, and it's like. But Mexico is good, but they're also not that good.
There can't really be a regional matchups to that because Mexico and South Africa are clearly different.
Right.
A whole,
and that's rare. You're not seeing a whole lot of that. Yeah. So.
Yeah, I enjoyed what I watched of it.
3
just seeing it
red cards.
Yeah.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I interrupted you.
No, I was just saying I enjoyed just that it's back around again, and I'm not going to watch as many games in general as you are. But I plan on trying to catch some games here and there, and it was just the pageantry of it all. And I was like, oh, wow, this is really cool.
Love the stadium. Stadio Azteca, awesome stadium. That's like one of my favorite stadiums. They just redid it, and I think it looks really good. 3 red cards. 2 of those for stopping a goal-scoring opportunity. It's 4 red cards is what it takes for a game to be forfeited.
Okay.
By the way, I thought it was 2.
Okay.
Because we were watching, Mom and Dad were watching it with me, and it was just the 1 red card on South Africa. And that first one was definitely a red card. It was like, yep, that was definitely stopping a goal-scoring opportunity. In case you don't know, if you're listening, what that means is basically if you intentionally foul somebody when they are in a pretty good spot to probably score, and you intentionally stop them, that's like an automatic red, and you're done. That one was definitely that. The one after that said, so I told Mom and Dad, I said, well, when you get to 2, that's it, which I didn't remember that it was 4. I thought it was 2. And I was like, but that won't happen. And then it does, and I was like, and the game kept going. I was like, oh, okay. So I didn't know until later it's 4. But I was literally like, there's no way. That's the first time I've ever seen that happen.
Yeah.
And then, and so there, but that one though that they got a red on, you can go back. Everybody can go back and watch the tape. I swear, even still now, I don't think that should have been a red. That was like
the yellow. You think?
Maybe.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even give. I would have maybe given it to the Mexican player Alvarado that did it, because he was kind of pushing back into him, and he kind of just like pushed him a little bit, and they were like, oh, he like punched him or he grabbed him. And I mean, yeah, it looks like a little worse.
Watching the NBA Finals that's been going on, there's been all kinds of flagrant fouls.
Oh, I'm sure there's worse stuff than that. Yeah, I mean, no, that was just over the top when they did that. I was like, you got to be kidding me. Because I thought they were like, oh, they're going to give it to the Mexican player for preventing a goal-scoring opportunity, because it was like just outside the South African box. I mean, it was like really close. And so I thought, oh, they'll give him a red too.
Your confusion about the red card number reminds me of years ago. When I was a teenager, I remember I was sitting in a Sunday school class. It was before it was starting, and I was talking about basketball, and I said something about, oh, like you need like 6 fouls before you foul out or something. That's the NBA rules, and the teacher in there kind of rolled his eyes and says, no, you only need 5. And then I looked up later that that's like what the college rules are versus the NBA rules are 6, which proved that person doesn't watch a lot of NBA basketball, that they only care about college basketball. But anyways, but they like condescended to me.
That's funny. All due respect to that story and all of that, in the words of James Elroy, I don't give a S about this. I don't know S about this. But anyway, yes, I thought that was going to be that, but it wasn't. Then, literally, and that's like towards the end of the game. Then in like extra time, basically almost extra time, then literally like 5 minutes later, one of the Mexico players gets red carded for for Montez, I think it was, for halting a goal scoring opportunity.
Yeah.
And what was so stupid to me was that the one guy, he used to play Luke something, I can't remember his name. Ian Dark was the other guy, the British announcer, and the other guy was Luke something. I can't remember. He was an American player years ago for the national team. And he was like, yeah, that's dumb. I've never seen that. But then he was saying, oh, yeah, that other one's definitely a red. And I was like, no, it's literally the opposite. It was clearly a stopping a goal-scoring opportunity. I'm like, are you literally brain dead blind? What are you talking about? But
anyway. I don't know whether to defecate or go blind. Like,
now, we went and saw Disclosure Day last night, so I didn't get to see the first half of the South Korea game, but I'm a South Korea fan, so I stayed up. And it was like, the game started at 10. It didn't end until like right before midnight. So I started watching it. And the Czech Republic, they were playing. And, South Korea was favored, but they're like 25th in the standings, and I love them, but they're like not. And I like them a lot because I love a lot of their players. Sung Hyung Min and Lee Kang Yin, and there's a couple more that I like. And I was like, okay, so I'll watch that. And it was in Guadalajara. And it was funny, you could see that it was like there were like a ton of Korean fans. So it was like almost literally black and white, red and green. It was like a lot of the Mexican fans that just went to that game because they didn't go to the Mexico City game. Yeah. They were all wearing like the Mexico jerseys, and then all the red jerseys of that. and like everybody was cheering for South Korea. It was kind of funny. Like Czech Republic, nobody was there for them. Basically,
Feel bad for them.
yeah, but apparently they're really good on like set piece scoring because they scored their ball off of I can't remember now off the top of my head. It was either a corner kick or a free kick or indirect kick or something. It was like a setup that they had, and it was like, oh man, they scored first. And it was like, oh crap. And that game just only had one yellow card, and it was in the last 2 minutes.
Oh, wow.
So just to show that game was like an actual game.
Yeah.
Totally awesome energy, like as far as both on the field and the crowd. I mean, I literally when the game ended, they cut to like a couple of the South Korean players were literally on their hands and knees, just like breathing. Like I mean, they were like moving so fast. I mean. It got to a point that was like one of the more competitive games I've seen in a while. Some really awesome goals from the Koreans too. There was that one that was I showed you a while ago. Might be in my top so many favorite goals I've ever seen. Was just absolutely great and totally hilarious. That was from Hwang that got that, and it was like he basically was like. I'll put it in there,
yeah.
and it looked like it was gonna go wide right, and it like barely went into and it was just like, oh. And it's like it was like it was in slow motion. It's like it took it forever to get there, and it was like late, so mom and dad were asleep, and I like was like, oh yeah, and I like had to like basically be quiet. It was kind of funny because I was like by myself, but so that was a really great game, and that actually was competitive, but also like the Czech Republic's not that good either. And they're like better on like, oh, we have time to set this up, which is like you can't bet. Obviously, you can't bet your entire team on that. So who knows? Anyway, we'll see how it goes. But I'm impressed so far, and if you care, then go read my stuff. I'll write about it. I've already debated thinking, oh, maybe I just turn this into like a self-published book at some point. I can just publish all of it together like. I'm thinking of it like Hunter S. Thompson did with Fear and Loathing on the Campaign Trail 72. So, I don't know. But anyway. So, yeah, that happened. And then Disclosure Day happened, too. So,
yeah.
As I said yesterday at the beginning of the day, big day, like Lancaster Dodd in the Master.
Right.
But anyway, you're watching the finals. I guess the NBA Finals. I'm not a basketball fan.
Yeah, so, I've been really getting into that as that's been going on last little stretch.
Is it basically like if the Knicks win one more game, they win the whole thing?
Yeah, they're up 3-1 right now. And game 3 was the game that Trump was at. And also between game 3 and game 4, like the Knicks have had the whole like every big New York celebrity or people at this game, and it's like obviously the media. There's been a lot of media coverage and attention to that. Taylor Swift was at Game 4, and there was a lot of attention paid to that.
OJ reminded us you can't trust, but anyway,
yeah. But I've been really enjoying that. I'm like somebody who I like the NBA from afar, but I don't follow it like super closely. Usually, I try to make a big deal about watching at least the finals every year, and sometimes the playoffs. And I actually have watched like every game of these finals this year, and game 4 was one that I was really glad that I actually stuck through and watched because they were down by at the biggest 29 points, which is the biggest deficit that's been overcome in the NBA Finals ever. And I remember thinking, I'm just gonna keep watching, and I'm really glad that I did because it was an incredibly exciting finish. And
I'm gonna ask the obvious question,
because
I don't think sports are rigged for the most part. I mean, I think it's sports are rigged more in individual competition, or in like, I'm going to throw a game in the. I mean, that don't really happen anymore. I don't think. And call me an idiot, I guess, but a lot of the same people who think sports are fixed are the same people who bet on it. So I'm like, so are you literally an idiot? Like, what does that even mean? And we talked a lot about sports betting yesterday, how like stupid that is. But anyway. In like 90 degrees inside O'Charlie's while a freaking
there's a fire alarm that went off.
It's a false alarm.
No, it's a false alarm that kept going off, and there was
like 5 minutes or more.
It was like 10 minutes.
It felt like a long time. Anyway, we were talking about that, but like that. I'm assuming that it was all very level, and it seemed like it was just that they just worked real hard to come back. I'm guessing, right? And
I mean what's crazy is like there's been a lot of complaining about the refs being more pro Spurs in this series, and yet the Spurs are now down 3-1, which is kind of what's funny. It's really just more about like a basketball rhythm is very strange, where it's a 29-point lead, but it's like they then follow that up with like 3-3-point attempts, which they should have just been going for layups at that point. That they it's just like it just slowly started to happen. And
I've
it was
seen
like
that
very
happen
gradual,
in real life too. Yeah,
and so
I've been to games.
I think like weirdly a big lead in a basketball game is harder to hold on to than probably a baseball or a football game.
Yep.
It's just a different energy as far as what's happening.
Baseball though, you can turn that on like all of a sudden.
Well, that's
quick,
true. You can
but,
have
yeah.
a few
Football,
runs.
it's tough though. Yeah, football, it's pretty set. It's either going to be competitive or you're blowing them out most of the time. So.
Yeah, and you have comebacks, but no, I mean, you know, it's a lot of like across all four games. The Spurs have like started off really hot in the first half, and then the Knicks have always had the better second halves, and that's just how it's translated literally to all four games, even though the Knicks have ended up winning like 3 of the 4. And so, yeah, I don't think really anybody's saying, oh, it's there is like an element of like, oh, it's the New York team, and it's like they have not won a final since 1973, and so
what?
There's a...
You don't believe in miracles? Yeah, right.
And so
see, that's
like,
the only reason I asked, because it all seems too good to be true almost.
Yeah,
you know
and
what I mean?
I gotta say, I myself am personally rooting for the Knicks for that reason. But I've spent a lot of time in the 2000s and 2010s at various times rooting for the Spurs too, so it's not like I even dislike the Spurs.
Yeah.
The phenomenon of Victor Wembanyama has been interesting to watch, because I've honestly just not watched as many of his games before this. Guy's literally 7'3", 7'4". Like, he literally doesn't even look like a human being on the court. Like,
is that game tonight? The next one? Or
it'll
tomorrow?
be Saturday night.
Okay.
It's game 5, which is going to be in San Antonio.
They probably didn't want to compete with the American. America.
Yeah, probably not. I mean,
too.
yeah, this is the usual rhythm of the finals. I'm sure they like scheduled it in advance, like so it wouldn't interfere.
Or they might not care. I don't know. There'd be more people watching that than would the American game, I'm sure. So.
But anyways, it's been really. I'm glad I've been keeping up with and watching.
Well, the
it.
UFL playoffs are going on too. So.
Yeah, the UFL playoffs.
Oh, and yeah, hockey too.
I
but
think that because also no shots, but I guess shots like Charlie's service overall is, or not the service, but the food itself is just was not good yesterday also, and I think like between the food not being good, the alarm going off, and the UFL playoffs being on the TV,
and
there's
the heat
just
in there.
This general like, wow, things are very mediocre,
incredibly
incredibly mediocre in this moment. And it was just like, all right, this is just
yeah.
And so, and then also UFC fight happening on the White House lawn. You know, just prep for that and watch that. If you want to, I won't be. So,
let's talk about other travesties and get to the Tarantino stuff we were going to say real quick, because we kind of came onto this podcast utterly pissed off a while ago. So,
we'll put that at the very top of, you know, again, the O'Charlie service was not what we wanted it to be, but don't worry. You know what time it is. Put that bib on around your neck. It's time for the Blue Plate Special.
Hi, Audrey.
Mama, have a cup of coffee, please.
Sure.
I'll have what she's having.
Hey, who wants the large pepperoni? Coming up!
your O'Charlie's far less good rolls are right here.
Right here. Eat them up. Yum, yum. All that good jazz. So we've already talked about this. You know, this whole podcast. Like, if you start from the very beginning, we could probably do a supercut of like us covering the really stupid stuff Quentin Tarantino has said over the years.
Yep.
So this is not the first time.
And it won't be the last.
Yeah, it certainly won't be the last. He's
right.
cooking up some other stuff. I mean, by the way, I love that.
He must be cooking.
We're gonna be quote from.
He must be the one who's cooking at O'Charlie's.
The USA Today article I'm going to be quoting from here. He's standing behind a like Fortnite, in front of Fortnite background for some stupid red carpet thing he's doing.
And then that one that it just showed was at Cannes, so it's like
this might seem like a weird thing to start off with, but I think it actually is a good place to start because the next 3 movies we're going to talk about new releases are going to serve as a very direct corrective to what he's saying, actually. Quentin Tarantino slaps, quote, stupid, or slams stupid modern movies. So I'm just going to quote a little bit from this USA Today article. Oscar-winning Pulp Fiction director, 63, bemoaned the state of film in an essay for Sight and Sound magazine, writing that it has become rare for him to see a new movie that he fully loves. Quote, flaws, implausibilities, audience pandering, miscast performers, or just some plain stupid shit usually torpedoes every new movie coming out to the out of the flavorless sausage factory that used to call itself Hollywood, he wrote according to Variety. These days, the entire concept of what is a movie is more inclined to inspire contempt in me than generosity, which is fair enough because by comparison, the movies of the last 6 years make the 80s seem like the 30s. And it says he previously called the 1980s some of the worst eras for cinema. He said in his essay, I've seen some movies I like since then. West Side Story, Horizon, American Saga, Chapters 1 and 2, a few others, but nothing that really...
Wait, did he see Chapter 2?
Yeah, there were some like...
I know there were some people who saw it, but...
Yeah, so he's seen it. But nothing that really held me in its grip and swept me away to the magical land of enjoyment that I used to visit regularly and was the reason I love movies above all other art forms. These days, I'd rather read a book. Now, I can agree with him, not necessarily about with movies, but with most other things, I would rather be reading a book. It's not clear in this article. I'm going to find it elsewhere. He did specifically decide he wanted to shout out the Matt Damon Ben Affleck movie The Rip as something that he thought was like really good modern movie. Let's see. It says, Once Upon a Time in Hollywood director slightly backtracked to give an extended shout out to a, quote, suspenseful new movie that did grab me and held me for the entire duration. Joe Carnahan's Netflix crime thriller The Rip, which stars Matt Damon and Ben Affleck. Film is an exciting cop thriller with a novel premise that manages to deliver the goods in really clever ways. The whole package worked for me. Carnahan's direction, the splendid cast, the look of the film, courtesy of cinematographer.
The look of the film.
Courtesy of cinematographer Juan Miguel as Prism.
Juan Soto.
Let's see. Don't worry, we're about done. Noted his single favorite element of the movie, the real powerhouse component of the splendid collection of the sensational screenplay by Carnahan and Michael McGrail. And yeah, also this article mentions Paul Dano, his comments towards Paul Dano in recent months, which I think we covered back then. Where do you want to start with Mr. Tarantino's most recent comments about the state of modern movies? Because let me just say, all this is coming at a time where I've actually not felt as good about the particular moment of contemporary Hollywood cinema that I've felt in a while. Like when I think about some of the movies we've already seen this year. And again, I've not seen like a movie that I would exactly call 5 stars just yet. But I've seen a lot of like pretty good 4s, some 4.5s that I'm like, I actually feel pretty good about things right now. And then here he comes. I don't know if he's still living in Israel or where exactly he's living now, but making these statements from. Not totally disconnected. He's not made a movie in
he probably
7
drove
years.
Kevin Spacey to and from the airport in Tel Aviv when he went to do his jazz tap dancing thing.
Also, he called Hollywood a flavorless sausage factory, which is not always exactly untrue. Just like it wasn't untrue in the 1960s with the era that he actually found a lot of poetry and magic in, which was the Western TV show, which he somehow found. He pulled the ultimate miracle, which was finding a diamond in the rough of making something out of that, because just as on its face is a pretty flavorless sausage factory.
Well, you can make anything out of anything, regardless of the source.
Give it like a dignity or a poetry that maybe it doesn't quite deserve.
But if you go watch it, you'll learn real fast that it's
All right.
not good.
What do you think of the author of Cinema Speculations comments?
Well, I'm glad you brought that up because I want to say first of all that's one of the worst books
I
randomly
think we've
that
talked
I've read.
about it here and there. I've got a copy, but I've yet to read it.
I went
because
ahead and sold mine.
I heard a lot of bad things, not only from you but from some other people, and have seen some excerpts from the book too. So.
Boom. Wipes it right off the effing screen.
What was he talking about?
About Dirty Harry, which I'm like, yeah, I love Dirty Harry, but okay.
Not as good.
I
as
don't
the
really
French
know like what exactly to even say about it. First of all, I want to go ahead and tell everybody something that is kind of wild. You ready?
Okay.
Are you ready for this?
Okay.
You ever notice how often everybody always says that Hollywood is dead, or movies are dead,
Yeah.
or the novel is dead, or whatever. You also notice it's always, a lot of times now, like you hear this from a lot of people, but like you hear that the novel is dead from somebody like Philip Roth. You hear that the movie is dead from somebody like Tarantino.
Older practitioners.
Right, who are like, respected, venerated artists of the medium.
Yeah.
That you can't say this with Tarantino exactly because he hasn't made a movie in a little bit. Although he did write
Adventures of Cliff Booth.
Now, you know what? You want to talk about conspiracy? Like, it is kind of funny he brought up a Netflix movie when the movie he wrote is going to be on Netflix.
I was thinking about that. Yeah.
Anyway, well, no, because he loves The Rip because it looks like dog shit. I mean, that's why he likes it, is because it's stupid. And
well, he also loves, and this is kind of goes to that point, he also loves, like, kind of anonymous action thrillers that he grew up on in the 70s and 80s and 60s, and, so... so he's like, oh, that kind of thing. Okay, sure.
So, but movies, so my point was that Philip Roth is always like, novels are dead. Anyway, buy my next novel. It's like, it's just inherently hypocrisy if you're going to say, well, he's like, no, what I mean is like mainstream novels like that or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, I can agree with Tarantino in a certain sense that he's saying, what he is, I think, trying to imply, he's making a lot of generalizations, but what he's trying to actually imply is that the Hollywood movie, the Hollywood blockbuster, is at probably I would agree, the worst place it's ever been. Except for Disclosure Day. But like I'm saying, like overall, like the big movie, I feel pretty confident in saying is dead. As of this moment.
We got The Odyssey coming out next month. They made a specialty trailer before that. What we saw last night said 5 weeks. That was to me one of the most powerful statements you can make. Is like, we know you're here for this right now. You will be here in 5 weeks to see this movie.
No, but what I'm saying is, okay, so that's what, 2 movies this year? 2.
Well, and
you know what I'm saying?
In general, we also have. Well, we need to start putting an all points bulletin out for Jordan Peele. I'm not sure what exactly is going on there, but we have him. Now, obviously, PTA is not making blockbuster movies. He's in another category. I mean, I do take the point, like, there's less people who are working on that exact level. I mean, there's still James Cameron still making his Avatar movies.
What I'm saying, though, is I'm talking about but these are a couple people who are actual artists. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
I'm talking about, like, back in the day when they would make some big movie, and it was like, Billy Bob from wherever made this one. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, I'm talking about the big Hollywood movie, just in general. I'm talking about, and I know that auteurism means more now than it did then, but I'm even talking about what they talked about in film school, which is, cycles, genre cycles.
Mm-hmm.
Like, we are at the end of a genre cycle right now
mm-hmm.
with the superhero movie.
Mm-hmm.
Now, some people would say, well, it's kind of been that way for a little while. Well, they keep trying to do it, though.
Mm-hmm.
They keep pushing it. My theory is that they basically agreed or wrote
Denis
down
Villeneuve,
and
I didn't mention earlier.
Yeah, right. I mean, and yes, okay, so there's all these people that are like these other actual artists who are making these movies. I'm talking about just like the general, like just the big Hollywood movie.
Okay.
It's like no one cares about that anymore. Mm-hmm. It's all like, well, yeah, but it's like Christopher Nolan making this one, or oh, it's this one. Like, you know, like there are those couple people that are like, okay, you go, they're gonna make that, people are gonna go see it. I am cautiously predicting that the Odyssey will not make the money that is going to be forecast.
I predict somewhere between $700 to $800 million.
I think that's a stretch, but we'll see. I mean, I don't know, but I just don't see the majority of people going out and caring to see that. And that, I'm not saying they're right. I'm just saying like I don't know. I have a random feeling that one's going to underperform a little bit, but who knows? Maybe not. It depends on what's out, I guess, at the time. I feel like I don't know, maybe not, but my point, I guess, is that he's talking about that kind of movie, though, the big Hollywood movie. But at the same time, we're now getting to a point where the big Hollywood movie is becoming sinners. It's becoming one battle after another. It's becoming this or that. It's becoming a Jordan Peele movie, right? I mean, like, they're downsizing, but they're not. You know what I'm saying? It's like they're still spending all this money on go see this. We were talking about that with the Supergirl movie yesterday.
Yeah.
You know, that like that's one that like yeah, some people go see that.
Are you or what you saying? Because I would agree with this. Like that, there used to be a certain kind of movie that was like a default part of a studio's like bread and butter is now being reserved for like a handful and a half of people who are like, okay, we trust this person is going to make something successful enough to warrant the resources they're going to have.
And they're making money, but I feel like, I don't know, maybe it's just me, I feel like they're barely scraping by on the money half the time, though, too. Don't you feel that?
The general box office, I think, hit a kind of a ceiling with the era of Jurassic World, Force Awakens, the Avengers movies of the like last half of the 2010s. Like those movies were like, but I think honestly that was a bubble that needed to pop, and there was an expectation being set of the dollar amounts that were starting to get a little unrealistic. Right. That needed to come back to earth.
And that's why they need to start downsizing movies. Which I mean, they're literally seeing that with some of the movies we're going to talk about here in a little bit. Now, Disclosure Day wouldn't be one of those, but like these. But the point is, there's all this money that's just getting burnt every day by like for nothing. I mean, you look at a movie like Supergirl, and you're like, okay, yeah, sure, that looks like... I don't want to gang up on that movie.
I think you said it,
but like
when we were watching the trailer for it yesterday, it was like all the time and money and resources going to get poured into that for something to just look, okay.
Yeah, sure. Either literally what it actually looks like, which is what I'm starting to talk about, or even just people go see that and go, whatever. Or they could just go see that Mutiny movie, which, that Jason Statham movie, which like wasn't probably made for a ton of money. A lot of people forget, but will make money. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, a lot of people have been saying this, that Hollywood's going less and less for the home run. Or Hollywood wants the home runs when they should be going for the doubles and the singles.
Yeah.
Like it's not going to make as much money. Well, that's going to be their new
home run if they keep pushing them,
Yeah.
No, I mean, all the amount of money that you could make, and just cut advertising costs, cut this. It's all a big nothing, the whole thing. I mean, it's built up into this industry that can't support itself.
I think,
because everything's so maximalized.
I have multiple problems with things he said here. One of them is like, and I guess there's a difference to be said, like the movies he grew up with in the 60s and 70s, a lot of bloated war movies and like, in some cases, westerns, and like they were bloated. They were not all that good. Some of them to rewatch, even honestly. And I say this as somebody who loves a lot of old movies, so don't think I'm just some 33-year-old who can't appreciate an old movie, because that's just not true. But I guess just the difference was the audience wanted to see that.
I don't think anybody would think that if they've listened to this podcast. But yeah, right.
I guess just the audience was there for it. So they just kept being made. Right. I guess is ultimately like, well...
It was because there was less to do, so everybody just went to go see it. They didn't really care what it was doing.
And I guess just the business model was just different. And I mean, what's funny is people thought those studios were going to fall apart and die in the late 60s and early 70s, and here we are 50-plus years later, and we're still... talking about this.
I mean, people thought
system.
They were like, "Oh man, the Western is dead" in like 1930. So, which it kind of was. I mean, but and we're gonna talk about that in a little bit, with the main two movies we're talking about today. But no, I mean, what I'm saying is that version of a movie is kind of dying, and so now Hollywood is at a crossroads where they're really going to have to figure out what they actually want to do. I mean, we've seen that with Star Wars already. Like, the fact that a Star Wars movie came out and, like, no one cared is horrific.
Well, it was not number one its second weekend.
Yeah,
of release.
Is absolutely horrific.
Yeah.
And I don't mean that in terms of how I even feel about it. I'm talking about from an objective point of view. That is a horrific blunder.
Well, I think, though, too, it speaks to the fact that, just to get personal about it, like, me and you were like, well, Mandalorian and Grogu's coming out, like, and it was like 10 years ago, the idea of a new Star Wars movie, we would have been there day one. That would have been the biggest thing. Now we don't care as much. Like,
right.
And, I'll probably eventually see that movie when I'm 80 years old in a nursing home to check a box. Like,
right.
Well, I mean, get caught up on all these Star Warses and all, but until then, I
I'm sure
do
there'll
not
be even
care.
more by then.
Yeah,
So,
I do not care. Like, and again, we were raised on Star Wars. Like, and so if we're like, who cares? I mean, and obviously you had the psycho diehards that are going to be there no matter what. But like, I think there's also, I don't know, there's also a little bit of an arrogance, I think, of like thinking, well, we're just going to, I mean, because I think sometimes the audiences who see things, and it's hard to like grasp what the quote unquote audience is because it's not a person, it's like a collective taste. I love beating up on the modern audiences. Oh, why don't they see this? Why don't they see that? But even generally, it's like it speaks to the market conditions of we don't want to see that. We don't want to see that anymore. In smaller numbers with greater enthusiasm, we would rather see Obsession, or we would rather see. We'll talk about it later today. Here in just a little bit, Backrooms, and it's just like in general, I think there's the general like cynicism of what quote unquote AI slop is, and it's not even just literal AI slop. It's this idea of what modern life is that like a lot of people are objecting to and are looking for other things. No, not everybody, of course, but like there's a growing chorus of people wanting something more authentic, something more real, and while Mandalorian and Grogu is not AI slop, it looks like that by comparison to audiences when they're looking for something else and different.
I mean, it looks awful. I mean, it looks like one of the TV shows from the streaming stuff.
Like, I don't know, maybe The Rip, which he likes.
Yeah,
but,
so I guess what I'm getting to is that people have been saying for a long time that Hollywood is dead, the movie is dead, whatever. It's always funny when the artists say that. Because it's like, and I know they say, well, not what I do. I'm talking about generally.
Yeah.
It's like, well, you're literally saying movies are dead and you're making movies, so what? Why do I care what you say? Also, I think what people say when they mean that is that most people, not him, they say that, oh, well, experimentation is dead. We've kind of gone past the postmodernism and now there's nothing more to do. No. He's fine with it being the same crap all the time because he clearly doesn't like foreign cinema or art house cinema in a general sense. If it's not genre cinema, he don't care.
Yeah,
basically, which is his biggest problem overall. And so that's his problem is he's saying I'm not getting all these big genre movies like we used to, and I don't care, and it's whatever, blah blah blah. Is what he's actually saying. Cinema is not dead.
I was going to say, like, these next three movies, I think, pretty clearly prove it's not.
Yeah.
And that there's actually a lot of awesome stuff that can
and
still be
I've
done
said that
and made.
even when I talk about, this is a bad movie year, this was this, whatever. There's still all kinds of movies being made that are good. I mean, so... also I don't feel that I need to justify any of this. I think everybody would mostly agree that movies are in an actually pretty good place right now. Even in terms of the box office, I thought box office numbers have gone up a little bit over the and I mean, we went to see Disclosure Day, and I thought, it's so strange, isn't it, that it's like just saying the name Steven Spielberg will get people to go. I kind of forget that, because I think, a lot of people don't care about that.
51 years after Jaws
right,
came out,
and it's like that just still gets people to go out to see another Alien movie, and I think this movie's way more than just another Alien movie, or even more than just another Spielberg Alien movie, right? I mean, I feel that that's the case, but that is ultimately what it is, though. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like, and I think that's kind of how a lot of critics have reacted to that movie is, well, it's just another this. It's like, so did you engage with the product at all? Did you watch it or think about it? Like, you know, is more what I'm at, because I'm like, you can just say, well, it's just another Spielberg alien movie. Like, yeah, I guess that's the one-dimensional approach, is to just say, yes, this is literally that. Okay, well, what about past that? You know?
Yeah.
And so whatever. But, and it does bother me a little bit, and we'll immediately transition soon, because I don't have much more to say about the Tarantino stuff, because I do want to say a couple more things. But it does bother me a little bit that it's the horror movies that are getting people to come out and do this. I mean, because horror movies are always making money anyway. But I'm like, why can't it be something else that, like, is getting people to come out? You know, even as a kind of more of a horror fan than you are, like, that bothers me on a deep level, that that's what it is that's getting people to come to the movies, is that. But with Tarantino, then we listen to him talk about movies he hates, and it's like, there were one or two that I was like, yeah, okay, literally all of them were stuff that's like good or great, it felt like to me.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, okay. The stuff he was saying about McCabe and Mrs. Miller is absolutely hilarious. He was just like, man, that movie's so awful. It has such a terrible sound mix, blah, blah, blah. It's like, well, first of all, that's kind of the point.
I mean,
And,
I think it is.
like,
I don't, let me say,
Yeah.
first of all, don't agree. I think Robert Altman's one of the greatest filmmakers of all time, a better filmmaker than Tarantino
Yeah,
is.
he is. Yeah.
But, like, there were people at the time that were genuinely, like, I mean, and the people called it lazy, losing control. John Carpenter said similar things about Robert Altman, too. I think he was literally, like, pushing the form forward, and people didn't know what to do with it, and, like, they thought he was being
No,
lazy
I'm
or
fine with
incompetent.
people.
Like,
I understand people thinking that way at the time. I'm talking about now.
well, he's been informed by that idea, those ideas.
Right.
As,
yes,
know.
but I'm saying, well, now it's great. I mean, it was great at the time, but it's like, well, now we moved on,
I will
and you
say
haven't.
now
so.
we have better sound systems in our homes to appreciate things. So I do think that there is that, but even clearly, on its face,
But I'm saying he
good.
has the ability to now experience that with the technology he's complaining didn't make it great.
Yeah.
It's like, well, it looked terrible on VHS. We know everything looked terrible on VHS.
Well, he also, this is a whole
Like-
other random rabbit hole to go down. He doesn't like Blu-ray and DVD. He prefers watching things on VHS to that.
That's another thing. It's just like, are you just literally just like going out of your way to be a dumbass on purpose? Like, what? Why would you even say that out
answer
loud?
is yes.
Even if he thought that, why would he say it? You know, like, are you really that stupid that you'd be like, I like things to look awful? It's like,
he constantly also refers to digital projection as TV in public. He said that multiple times.
that's kind of funny, but
and as somebody who, like, you know, in an ideal world, I wish I was watching 35 millimeter over a digital projection. But guess what? And I don't even say this with resentment, really, even though it's going to sound like it. I live in Hickory, North Carolina. They have the AMC in town. They have digital projection. That's what I'm going to have to make.
Well, it's the same
do
thing,
with,
like, you know, when Neil Young was complaining about, well, there's a lot of things, and I'm a Neil Young fan, so I love Neil Young, and I'm a Tarantino fan of his movies, but, like, but Tarantino is maybe the single most annoying person to hear talk ever. Who also is a total genius, somehow.
Yeah.
I don't know, it's like against his own will, he's a genius. I don't get it.
Yeah.
But that Neil Young had said before, you know, when he got off of Spotify for a long time, he said, well, there were multiple reasons. Number one, he got off of there because he didn't like Joe Rogan.
Yeah.
So that was one thing. He was protesting.
Yeah, because they had a big deal they made with Joe
But
Rogan.
also because he said, oh, well, the sound doesn't sound very good of it. It's like not mixed right, or it like dilutes.
Which I've heard
whatever.
other music fans say.
Right. And he's like, nobody should be listening to that, blah, blah, blah. I'm like, well, Neil, you know, it kind of sucks because that's kind of the only way I can really listen to your music. Or the easiest way. It's not the only way. But I'm like, I'm not going to go out and buy every album of yours. I have almost done that. But I'm not going to just do that just because I want to, you know. Like, that's just stupid to me where it's like, they say those kind of things. And the same thing with Tarantino. It's like, everything should be on film. Well, I guess that's great if you live in L.A., and you can just do that all the time or wherever, like, but I don't.
Yeah.
So here's the deal: people are focusing too much on the medium and not the message. That's the thing, and they're focusing too much about this little aspect of this or that, or Steven Soderbergh saying, "I'll never watch Raiders of the Lost Ark in color again." What the hell? That's just
You're about
stupid.
his
Like,
used AI in his new documentary
yeah,
about John Lennon.
right. And
Yeah.
I'm just like, they say all this stuff, and it's like, about, oh man, well, like, I don't know, this is this and this is that. And it's like, you're just ignoring what makes movies great. Now, and in Tarantino's case, he's saying, "Oh, I prefer VHS." So you want it to look worse. You want to have
that
less
is
of
something
the
to me
feeling.
objectively is
like the other stuff. It's like, okay, it needs to be on film. Sure, great, fine.
I think for him,
But,
there's
like,
this dumb it's analog physical
and it's what
technology.
he watched so many
that's
versions
what
of,
it
and he
is,
got
like,
used to it. Yeah, and it's just like,
I've even heard that he screens. I remember him saying this back when he was talking about One Battle After, not One Battle After another. Excuse me. I was thinking about
Once Upon a Time in
PTA.
Hollywood.
Not even
Oh,
that.
okay. Never
Although
mind.
he's sure he did this, what I'm about to say for that too, probably. But it was a Hateful Eight that he like makes VHS copies of his own movies. As after it's been scanned, and then like gives that to friends or watches that himself in his own home with his VHS player. He's like, if it doesn't work on this format, it ain't gonna work in the theater or screen or whatever. It just sounds like an extra step that I guess is necessary for him, but I just don't understand. Like,
So if it doesn't work when it's pan and scan full screen, it's not going to work in a movie theater when it's at 70 millimeter projection IMAX.
Well, and like, there's been some
Like-
controversy here and there about Blu-rays or 4Ks, but like those are going to be apt to be better formatted than what
that's what I'm saying. It's just
VHS
it's
copy
so
was.
dumb. Like, what are you talking about?
Yeah.
Like it. Yeah.
It reminds me a little bit of Sidney Lumet's Making Movies book. Towards the very end of that, he's like, yeah, and you got, modern movies like Batman Returns, just like, it's like, I wish we had Batman Returns right
God
now.
almighty.
Like, I think Robert Altman said some stuff about Jurassic Park in the early 90s. Oh, everything's just got to be like a Jurassic Park now. It's like, I don't know. This is a weird, like, this is what happens, like,
That's what I'm saying. You have
get
the
older
cycles, and then
like,
you want the cycle back.
Yeah,
I mean, right.
but also just of older filmmakers,
Yeah.
specifically poo-pooing like whatever's going on at the moment.
Yeah, but then
later.
and ultimately he's just saying stuff just to say it half the time.
Like,
and,
can you imagine, like, say, Ingmar Bergman watching a Tarantino movie in the early '90s, thinking, "Oh my God, what the hell is this garish piece of trash?" Like, and I don't think he wouldn't have been right exactly then, but I understand he's an older guy who thinks that way. So it's like, so what?
I don't know. It just feels like there's very few directors that are like open to all kinds of cinema. It seems like it's very
Martin
much.
Scorsese's been someone who's vocally talked about like Ari Aster being this great modern filmmaker, and he shouts out stuff here and there.
Right, but I'm saying even he would be somebody who I'm sure would like.
Well, he said his stuff about Marvel, which
Yeah, right. But and I do too because I
Yeah.
agree on that. But I'm saying like it would be very unlikely that he would go see. I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of a random movie that is like outside of the purview of these things. A movie that like A is not kind of indie, and B is like not from one of his like best friends or something. Like he would probably not go see, I don't know, Roofman or I don't know, just like other things that are like more midstream or kind of whatever. Or if he did, he'd be like, I don't know. And it's like, or Friendship or The Life of Chuck. Like a lot of these people be like, oh, Life of Chuck, I don't know about that. It's like, well, that's actually one of the best movies of last year. So you see what I'm saying? Like there's a lot of the, now I don't know what they would think of that, but I'm just saying it feels like there's a conscious effort to be like, I'm going to like my pet things over here and not other stuff. Now, granted, I seem like I'm like that to a lot of people, I'm sure, where I'm like, no, I'm not going to go see the new Lion King movie. Why not? Well, it's probably because I haven't even seen the original Lion King, but I've seen that movie my whole life.
Well, and I think this speaks to everybody's going to have their own guardrails.
Right,
of what
but
they're
it's like,
gonna
it
see or
seems
not.
like there's a lot of modern filmmakers that are of that echelon that are like, everything sucks, or I don't like this, or I don't like that, or whatever, I mean, I feel like randomly out of everybody, PTA probably talks about movies the least, which is interesting. of this group of people. Like, I feel like I barely ever hear him say anything about anything modern.
Well, I know there's a famous anecdote of he was at some party some years back, and John Krasinski's told this story of John Krasinski was like kind of bashing some modern movie, and he didn't even say what it was. And it said that, like, politely, PTA kind of took him to the side and was like, you don't need to be talking bad about, like, other people's work in public, basically. So it's just a bad look. And Krasinski said he felt bad after that, and he was like, oh, yeah, you're right about that. I just don't need to do that or whatever. And he shouted out loving, like, The Dark Knight, particularly in the past, because people brought up before, it's like, hey, would you do a comic book movie or something like that? And he's like, oh, yeah, I'd love to. Nobody's offered me one or something like that, implying that he would maybe be interested to.
Yeah,
but
and I know he watches movies and stuff, but it just seems like he don't say a whole lot about
the Haim sisters,
stuff.
by the way, were with Taylor Swift. They were like all together, that little group, Taylor Swift and the Haim sisters, at the Knicks game. But
okay,
anyways, just thought I'd let you know.
All right.
Anyway,
Haim right. Anyway, yeah. So. It's all whatever, and he's an idiot, and who cares?
We could have ended it with that.
Yeah. Because here, and as we're transitioning now to Backrooms, which is what we're going to talk about, it's interesting that it seems like, and I think this is overall actually kind of a bad thing in a certain way, and I'll explain why. It's a good thing and it's a bad thing, and I wrote about this in my Backrooms review, but that we're transitioning now more towards, like, internet. The internet is having a bigger influence on filmmaking,
which is inevitable, I think.
Right. Yeah. I'll talk about the bad first. Well, I think all that's obvious. I don't know that I even need to say that. That, like, it's a dilution of what cinema could be or is, and it's allowing a kind of stupidity to enter movie theaters that hadn't really been there before. The good thing about it, and I think overall this actually is better than this is more important and better than the bad things are bad and awful, is that it is leading to a further democratization of the cinematic language, or, that people can make stuff online and then become known. And that's already happening in the content creator space.
Yeah.
Where people are like, I am, named Queso, and there really is a guy named Queso. I'm named Sweaty Cheese, and I'm from Nixon, Indiana, or wherever, or Nixon, wherever. There's some town named Nixon somewhere, and I thought that was funny. I'm from there, and I'm famous now because I made a video about how much I really love the Dark Souls games. Like, anybody can do anything now, basically.
Francis Ford Coppola famously predicted at the end of the Hearts of Darkness documentary, somebody asked him, what's the future of filmmaking, or what do you think the next step is? And he said, I'm going to paraphrase him loosely here, but he said something along the lines of, basically the future of filmmaking is a fat girl in Ohio could just, like, make her own little movie and the rest of the world see it. And he didn't exactly predict the internet exactly with that regard, but is basically gesturing towards what filmmaking can be or is. Real quickly, I think also Backrooms to just say about what it's about. So Backrooms just came out, very recent release, May 29th. The film Clark, Chiwetel Ejiofor, a furniture store owner, and Mary, Renee Rintsev, his therapist, discovered a dimension of seemingly endless, limitless spaces, access to the basement of the store, based on the director of this, Kane Parsons, who is not yet 21 years old. He's going to turn 21 literally just next week. Based on his web series and inspired by the Backrooms creepypasta. So to what Levi was saying earlier, it's like, this is a reflection of internet culture kind of come to life, which is someone who actually bemoans a lot of internet culture and rolls my eyes at it. I think this is actually a really exciting kind of new thing. I think, I think it's comparable to what, like, maybe directors of the past would have said about Tarantino's own generation, or maybe half a generation before him, who were raised more on TV and watching cinema on TV than exactly in the cinemas themselves a little more directly. So it's like, obviously, but the interesting thing is I've read a few and listened to a few interviews with Parsons, and he's he's kind of will admit, yeah, I've watched some movies here and there, but I don't know if he's exactly said this, but he's basically right between the lines saying I'm not exactly a cinephile. Meanwhile, the Obsession director,
Curry Baker,
Baker.
yeah,
I think Barker maybe.
I think it is Baker.
He is more of a
no, you're right, Curry Barker, yeah.
Cinephile. So he's somebody who's like, he's really more, I guess, about the cinephile experience and being raised by movies. Kane Parsons, a little less so, and I think it's interesting that they're both having this moment where they're both, obviously, because the whole shocking thing about Obsession was that this is a movie made for less than $1 million by like a 26-year-old, and this had a little bit of a higher budget, I think like $10 million, but made by a 20-year-old. And I as far as, I think, what Backrooms is tapping into as far as the internet art and creepypasta or just creepy internet art that, like, me and you, we've never really exactly sat down and talked about it, but, like, casually taken in through Twitter and Instagram over the last, like, few years.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say.
It means more directly as far as a quote-unquote lore or continuity to the, like, generation younger than us, but it still is something that it's observably kind of an original-ish form of horror that's like cropped up on the internet that we've casually just taken in and is spine-tingling in its own way. And what it's fascinating is that it's like generally resists narrative, resists like, oh, there's a story, even though there's people who come in and add stories and whatnot. But
I was gonna say it's like there's one guy in particular, I don't even remember his name, and you might not ever heard. I'm being very vague, not intentionally, but there's this guy that pops up a lot on like Facebook Reels sometimes, or I'd see, that makes these videos of like, they have a formula that's all the same, but he's like in the house and somebody else is there. It's like, hey, I need you to go downstairs and get the laundry.
Oh, yeah.
And he walks over and he looks down and there's some shots of him looking down. It looks creepy. And is there a figure there?
Yeah.
And then there's always some jump scare at the end.
Yeah.
And I find myself continuing to watch those, like, not like a lot or anything, but just like here and there when they pop up. And it's one of those things, like, I mean, Nick Pinkerton has said this before when he was talking about the Twin Peaks: The Return, and people are saying, is this cinema or is this TV? He's like, who cares? Basically, like, it's great, whatever. And I'm not saying that is this thing I'm talking about is like great or even on the level of something like that, but it's like, it's one of those things where it's like having to realize that, well, that is cinema. That is a version of what cinema now is like you're saying, is this kind of creepypasta version of cinema. Ultimately, this is like, and I'm not saying this in the terms of like quality, but this is a watering down of making Backrooms, is like watering down that aesthetic ultimately into like a professional, more coherent whole.
Yeah.
Which is interesting because, and I think that's where the movie fails most often, that when it does fail, I think overall it's a good movie, but is that when he tries to attach normal character aspect, normal character tropes to something that is ultimately meant to be, oh, did you see this really creepy, weird video online? How did they do that? That's so interesting.
It's their scariest video yet.
It's your scariest video yet. And then one of the better versions of this kind of thing, we're going to say, is Jane Shoburn's films, their films that are, especially we're all going to the World's Fairs about that kind of stuff.
And I saw the TV Glows just in a little less about that specifically, but it is about like millennials / Gen Z's, loosely speaking, is like attachment to art and visual art and the warping of that, and how one associates identity through that.
Yeah. And so anyway, like,
a little more specific.
There's been stuff that's basically, I've been saying, and I've been kind of talking about this lightly, that this kind of cinema has been circling the drain for a little while.
Skinamarink also.
That's what I mentioned that.
I
said that was like a version of this sort of thing.
Kyle Edward Ball, I think's the name of that.
Yeah. And so, even a version of like In a Violent Nature is like an offshoot of this stuff, in the sense that would have been like a YouTube video that got made like 20 years ago. You know what I mean? Like a version of that sort of thing.
Right.
So like, and then in its own way, all this kind of reminds me of Damon Packard in its own kind of offshoot of all this stuff. So all this is just to say that like this type of cinema has been circling the mainstream drain for a long time and is like has been really close to like making the jump.
Right.
And this is the biggest version of such a thing that has
and the
happened.
1-2 punch of this and Obsession,
Right.
Which Obsession's more of a conventional
It is,
horror
but
movie.
it's coming from a guy
Right.
who's an online horror
Yeah,
filmmaker,
right.
and that kind of coincides with the whole. And I talked about it more when I did my review of that. I talked about that more in terms of like being in the like comedian horror filmmaker realm rather than explicitly creepypasta stuff. You know.
Yeah.
So that's where I think that to kind of, and like I said, I think overall this is a good thing because it's more of a, like I said, a democratization of cinema, of saying a 20-year-old can make a movie like this. And when I say movie like this, I want to come back to that because I want to talk a lot about the technical aspects of this movie, which is where it succeeds most. And like I said, to speak about it a little bit, I think the movie fails more when it's in its thematics and it's in its character stuff is very bland.
I think,
But go ahead.
in particular for me, the Renee Ronstadt like stuff of her and her mother. I do think though that like what the Backrooms as a space and as a feeling and as a metaphor represents is everybody bringing what they bring to it, and so for her it's like this childhood trauma and like traumatic event and
of
time
paranoia and yeah.
and then with obviously Chiwetel Ejiofor character is more about his marriage that fell apart
and about how he wants to be an architect and this is a place that he can
yes.
make his own and
then even with Mark Duplass's character, he's looking at it more as a scientific, like need to figure out and get to the bottom of what this exactly is. I'm kind of conflicted about it because I do think that the Renee Ronstadt stuff is like the weakest stuff of the movie, but it also serves a function of the difference of what this space means and what people bring to it. So I'm kind of mixed, just in particular about my own opinion about that, even though I do think that's some of the weakest stuff. But just the like that pure horror movie stuff of, okay, we're going to walk down this hallway, and I think I saw something down the hallway. And I think people are like, oh, there's really a lot of nothing there. When it, like,
well,
there's
that's
been some
every
people,
single
I
horror
was
movie
getting ready to
ever
say,
made.
I was getting ready to say
Yeah,
the exact
that's
same
so
thing. It's like,
stupid,
that's what the whole genre is built on.
Yeah.
And it's not about, quote unquote, whether something did or didn't happen. It's about the tension that's like
well, have you noticed
built and twisted up that entire time.
This is on topic, but kind of off topic. Is that have you noticed that there's been a random amount of people over the years that have started to kind of push back against Blair Witch and say that movie's actually not that good. It's actually pretty boring, and it's like
I think there's been a general horror film fan. Not all, but like rejection of some aspects of found footage in general is part
which
of it.
I think we haven't even reached the apex of what that can do yet.
Well, I thought this was
know.
like a really encouraging step in. Well, we're going to use some of the techniques of found footage here and there, but the whole movie's not that either.
Right, and the rest of the movie is composed incredibly well. And
same thing with Skinamarink. It took some of the like aesthetics of found footage, but did something a little different with it.
Yeah, I don't even think we've reached the apex of its.
Same thing with Presence. That's much more another thing, but still,
that's
you
POV.
know,
but it feels like found footage. Yeah, it's complicated. Anyway, I mean, that's all just to say though that like. Yeah, that's dumb because like but I was gonna say about Blair Witch, like I've seen that movie twice, and because I waited a long time in my life to see that movie, and that's a movie that still freaks me out to even think about because I'm totally on that movie's wavelength of what it's doing and what it's about, and I feel like
I agree.
It became and I know you like it a lot.
I like it a lot too,
but it's like. It's just very confusing to me, but I understand it too because they're like, first of all, they just don't want to like something that's a big deal, and secondly, they're like, oh, it's been around forever and blah blah blah, and like nothing really happened. They just get bored.
No, you got to watch these 13 slasher movies from the 80s.
That's what I was gonna say is, and you were kind of hitting at this, is that they don't like a lot of this kind of stuff because it doesn't have enough blood and gore and all kinds of stuff, and like, oh, this thing in it and whatever.
Again, it's like I think it's like this is true of even Disclosure Day. Any movie that revolves around tension. You can take any Hitchcock movie. You pick any movie that revolves around tension. If you just like, you found a way to crack open the plot and lay it out on the table, You know what I mean? Like, you're going to find that it was not actually nearly as suspenseful as you thought it was. But guess what? That's the filmmaker making you feel the suspense as you're watching it. So it's like, when I would get to the end of Backrooms, especially, well, I saw it 2 times. And the second time was your first time. And I was like, now that I knew what was happening, it did, by the way, it didn't take away from the movie at all.
Yeah.
But it was just like, oh, it's just not as scary, but hey, guess what? Like, because I know what happens, and I don't know. I don't understand sometimes what people look for in horror movies, because I'm surprised I don't have as much of the same opinion exactly as you do about your you mentioned your own frustration with why is horror the only genre that it seems like is happening. I think it's just because the lower expectations and budgets of those movies you can get away with more. And I do consistently feel like horror, out of all major American genres, is if I had sight unseen, every genre is laid out in front like a marquee of each genre. Like, okay, you can go see a rom-com, you can go see, the superhero movie, you can go see a horror movie. Weirdly, the horror movie is the one I might be inclined more and more to go to, just because
that's where a lot of experimentation's going on.
That's where the visual aesthetic experimentation's happening. And now, who knows? Maybe the rom-com was the better option if we revealed what all the options of the movies themselves were. But on average, that experimentation is something that I weirdly respect modern horror for going. And we've complained about a lot of A24-esque aesthetic horror movies that have been made over the course of this podcast. But it's also produced Ari Aster. It's all, who's went on and evolved beyond just being
Robert Eggers or whoever.
Right. And so there are very clear, great practitioners of this style of modern horror. And, he's made literally one friggin' feature film, Kane Parsons now. But he is somebody that I think is just like, wow, somebody who has this sense of imagination and is also translating something literally from another medium into a cinematic language, while not perfect. Come on. I think some people are like, well, you can't keep harping on this guy's age. Guy is 20 years old and directed a movie. And I think, I don't know, I'll just say this. I think weirdly, especially with some critics or people who are cinephiles of a certain age, not across the board, but there is a weird level of resentment that a guy who's 20 years old is able to get away with doing this. And by all accounts, I've read interviews with him and seen him talk. He seems like a pretty humble young man who I'm proud of. I'm like, wow, look at that. You were able to make this. And again, he might end up making movies after this that are not on par or as good as this. But this will always be an accomplishment now in the history of cinema that is always going to be pointed at as like, wow, he did that with.
Yeah.
And again, it didn't come out of nowhere. He had a history of making this online content, which now you got to wonder, probably one of the biggest umbrella mushroom effects of this movie is going to be every producer in Hollywood's like talking to their assistants like, I need you to find me the next Kane Parsons. And we're probably going to get some great other new people we have not even heard of yet, and we are definitely going to get some bad versions of this. But there's probably some of the great filmmakers who will, in the history's medium, who have on the cusp of being found at this very moment because of what this is going to be. So I'm weirdly more optimistic about what all this means for the future of cinema than I am pessimistic.
Democratization of everything. I'm all for that. I mean, it's weird because at once I think that, it's like what they say, everybody's got one good novel in them. I don't really believe that. I don't think that everybody...
I think what people mean is like everybody's got some story that they could tell or articulate, maybe just in conversation.
Right.
But I agree. Like,
okay, we'll give that to Stephen King and let him write it. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, it's the same thing in filmmaking. I don't think everybody can make a movie. So I don't mean that, like, everybody, if somebody walks outside and films a tree, okay, I'm not, or they film a birthday party, or they film some guy break dancing on a corner or something. Like, that's not, I'm not saying that's good, and I'm not saying we should care about everything everybody films. But what I am saying is what I like is that we're having people that are more amateur, that are actually either raised on cinema in the case of Barker, or somebody that has a kind of sideways amateur's understanding of cinema, like Parsons does.
Well, in its own ways, a reflection of cinema being directly, indirectly transcribed to the internet, which is then transcribed through what he sees of it and what other people are seeing.
Well, he clearly has an understanding of the way this stuff works. So that's what I'm saying is like, we need more of that rather than the same old vanilla. Let's put Lobo in a Supergirl movie, like you know what I'm saying?
Sausage Factory.
Right. So
yeah,
but and like I say, like A24 isn't necessarily the indie thing it once was either. It's slowly becoming a Hollywood studio. You know what I mean?
I would say that's actually great for mainstream cinema that they're taking more chances, and I think this is not as big of a chance as other things, but like but that they're a new power player as far as they can get things made, and obviously Neon is also been growing.
Yeah, and this isn't a 1-to-1, but it's like I think Tarantino's complaining and saying they didn't make a MGM didn't make a Bond movie this year. It's like, yeah, well, who cares? You know, like he's looking at things in this totally other way that he's not interested in thinking about things like this.
Yeah.
So
we were just talking about over dinner last night. Yeah, I'm weirdly liking, and you've liked the new James Bond video game too.
Yeah.
But I'm ready. I'm glad that there's an anticipation that's starting to go back up of when are they going to do that again though, and that's, you know, if you're going to keep something around for 6+ decades, that's, you want to still be feeling of, what's the new Bond movie going to be? But you can't be doing it all the time, left and right. Phase 1, Phase 2, Phase 3 of what the Marvel Cinematic Universe was. You got to let it build up.
A24 is making stuff like The Drama, which is like, wow, that was a mainstream movie. Sort of mainstream.
That's probably
movie
still,
I've
been thinking, still my favorite movie I've seen this year so far. Like, and there's a few that are percolating towards the top there, and that's one of them so far. But anyways, this has been such a huge conversation topic in the film world for the last few weeks, what all this means, and I think that's obviously, it's crazy. To me, it's crazy. This movie's only been out 2 weeks because it feels like it's taken over the news amongst cinephiles and film industry circles in a big way. So, and as you said, we're going to get a lot of filmmakers who are not going to be as good as Kane Parsons, but we're going to get some that could be even better. So it was just we'll just have to wait and see.
Funny,
and even what he does, we'll have to see.
So Fox News was on the TV, as it frequently is in this house, but not by my choice, here recently, and they were talking about this on The Five, which is like, you ever want to get like the dumbest group of people alive together, to talk about something, that'd be one of them.
Greg Gutfield's one of the worst people in modern media.
He is... might literally be a demonic force. I'm not even kidding. Yeah. He's so awful. Jesse Waters is randomly more annoying, I think. But like Greg Gutfeld, his problem is that he has this kind of bravado and this confidence that I also find really irksome. Whereas Jesse Waters is just literally, his brain is wet dog food, like basically. Anyway, they were talking about some of this stuff on there about how like, here's the way they were going about it though. So the story ultimately isn't it interesting? This isn't whether, but the real story isn't it interesting that the Star Wars movie lost out to Backrooms and Obsession?
Right.
That's the actual story. Now we just talked about all the reasons for why such a thing would occur, right?
Yeah.
And I talked about that in my review too, in more like direct terms than the way we just did, but. Their version of this story was, the director of Mandalorian and Grogu, whoever that is, said some
Jon
really...
Favreau.
Oh, yeah, okay. So that's what... Okay, that makes more sense.
Not the Obama-era speechwriter, but they might have been confused about that.
Well, no, but they did say, they were like, he's just this liberal.
Who's
he's
gone woke.
He's saying all this liberal stuff, and that's why people didn't go see his movie. And isn't it interesting that these young people are now getting... And it's like... Why is that a part of this conversation?
That's what I'm
saying. It's like, they're like, he like kind of, the movie did bad, and so he started saying real like liberal stuff. It's like, what? This is so stupid. Anyway, speaking of liberals,
I love boosters.
Boots Riley, a literal Marxist.
Yeah, literally.
So, I mean, literally,
check out the New Yorker profile that was written to him.
I love boosters. Booster? Who's Booster? Me, apparently.
Absurdist crime comedy film.
Yeah, that's about right.
Written and directed by Boots Riley, following the adventure of a group of shoplifters.
He's wanting you to say, I love Boots Riley.
Did you notice?
I love Booster. I love Boots Riley.
Did you notice in that profile, which I thought was excellent, by the way, they kept referring to the movie as Boosters. I think there was a time where that's what the title of the movie was Boosters,
okay,
and then
I
I think
didn't
they've
really
added
think
I
about
Love
it,
Boosters or whatever. So Boots Riley, cinematically, we have not heard from since.
Sorry to bother you.
Sorry to bother you, which was 2018, which was before this podcast even existed, so we probably didn't talk about it.
I was not a big fan. It was all right, but I was not really a big fan of that.
I liked it, but I like this better. I'll just go
this
ahead
is
and
way
say.
better.
He also did the show I'm a Virgo, which I don't even think I knew about at all before that profile pointed out what it was.
And I'm not trying to say this just because, he's a black and in kind of a black cinema like vibe, but it seemed that show sounds very much like a Melvin Van Peebles idea.
Oh, yeah.
Like,
you can tell through his movies he's into that.
Right. Yeah, so
and even Robert Downey Sr. era of cinema.
Yeah, but I thought that when I heard about what that was, it was about like a large boy.
Yes.
It's like a giant child, basically.
According to the Wikipedia page for that, it says he's 13 foot tall.
Yeah.
He's sheltered, though. How do you shelter that? Anyways, movie stars, Keke Palmer, Naomi Ackie,
I Love Boosters, just to be clear.
Yeah. Taylor Page, Poppy Lou, Ozzy Gonzalez, Lakeith Stanfield, one of the strangest characters I've seen in movies in a while. Will Poulter, Don Cheadle, and Demi Moore.
Don Cheadle in this movie is something else.
And
I like this movie a lot, and I like Don Cheadle, but he'll do something like this, but then he's like, man, Bulworth was just some bull ass. It's like, what? Like, I mean, and this is a better movie than Bulworth, but just kind of
I loved this movie.
Yeah, it's really good.
I think I said something in my Letterboxd review about
this movie. Had a lot of slide whistles.
It did.
Which and is literally my exact type of comedy. So
we were looking at each other and laughing no, this movie felt like it was made for us too to an extent. Just its sense of humor and sensibility. This movie has more visual imagination in its Pinky than whole filmographies.
I haven't seen a movie that was this colorful in a long time.
I mean, we were talking about, it reminds me of Pee-wee's Big Adventure. Little bit of like some of the cinema of Wes Anderson. Also, again, you mentioned Melvin Van Peebles. I was thinking about him a little bit. Just so much visual imagination, and it almost feels like, and this is weird, this is a compliment, it feels like you're watching almost sometimes it feels like you're watching a sketch comedy show, 5 episodes of it together, and it was like 20 minutes a piece or whatever, and it just all adds up to this.
Yeah, it kind of also felt like, just to interrupt for a second, also felt like those like Clueless and those kinds of movies of the 90s that were very colorful and felt like they were like extra reality.
Yes.
Like, it was like not entirely fantastic. This is more fantastical than something like that, but like something that's just like over the top, or Heathers is a
this
version of
movie,
that too.
far from it, doesn't take itself really all that seriously, I don't think, and it's just very much have fun with the joke. While also, I thought one of the most interesting dynamics of this, and I thought, weirdly, Keke Palmer actually gave to me one of the best, most memorable performances of the year so far in this movie. I think she's amazing. And between this and Nope, I'm like, she needs to be
she was really good in Nope.
Better used by mainstream movies, because she's just actually has an incredible screen presence. But her love and kind of fascination with what Demi Moore plays like this, basically this fashion tycoon who's like this big designer who Keke Palmer's character's living in like an abandoned chicken restaurant.
Yeah.
They're talking about how it smells in there or whatever.
Yeah. That character is like a less talking about Demi Moore's like a less cool and composed version of Meryl Streep and Devil Wears Prada.
It's similar to that in that way.
That is all.
Anyways, so she's like loved and fascinated by her, but also resents that, both on a personal level and then on a larger societal level, that this character is allowed to get away with charging what she does for these prices, but then also loves the product. And I thought that's like such a fascinating.
Well, that's in its own way a Marxist
yes.
a Marxist commentary on life in itself, is saying that we
hate
at
the
once
stuff,
we
but
love,
we love the stuff.
Right. It's like we hate consumerism, but we love engaging with it. Yeah, it's like
and I think
I'm glad that a movie was honest enough to even say that, because most of them it's like we just need to tear it all down.
Yeah.
And he's not even saying that. And I've heard him in an interview. He was like, "Well, to say you're Marxist doesn't mean that you're saying you're going to totally not engage with the world. It's or it's it's saying that we need to think about ways we can still make this better."
In that profile
whatever,
too, he even I'm sure you remember reading this. He even mentioned George Lucas and Star Wars as a means of communicating big ideas in these very accessible ways. Now, obviously, unfortunately, Boosters is not going to do Star Wars business,
right.
But I'm curious to know what it has done box office wise so far.
Probably not very good.
$9 million.
$20 million budget. Yeah, that's about right.
But it's made by Neon, who's been pretty successul with a lot of other things.
Oh,
so,
yeah, it don't matter.
So, anyways, this movie, I mean, it's not going to be for everybody, and I feel like that's a token thing to say, because I hate to say this, but if you're not for this movie, I'm not for you.
Yeah.
Just because I just found it to be a delight. Visually,
I mean, it was consistently hilarious every single moment. So.
Just under 2 hours. It just feels like it packs in so many ideas. You get a stray Eric Andre appearance, which was kind of shocking.
What's funny is, like, it didn't establish that he was the person in the vehicle.
Oh, well, so by the way, he's
happened,
credited as futuristic police tank cop.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
But yeah, that was what's funny. It didn't, like, establish he was the guy in there already. It just cuts, and once they've done the, like, portal thing. Oh yeah, we didn't even talk about how this is like a sci-fi movie and everything, but whatever.
Also, we also between ourselves mentioned Everything Everywhere All at Once.
Yeah. That was where I think the movie lost a little bit of its steam, was that it tried to be a little bit too much like that, but it probably would have been a 5-star movie. It would have been kind of for that aspect, but
yeah. So we'll, and this also felt like in general like the Adult Swim-ish.
That's what I was thinking
humor,
too.
Like kind of, transposed to that. And so again, this was just something that I really loved, and is again one of my very favorite movies so far that I've seen this year. And I think that again, it's not going to be for everybody, and I do think for me personally, the ideas worked. But I understand people feeling like a little. But again, I think, like you said, that it's it's the ideological, like, I guess you could say, complication is just going to be something that certain people are going to feel doesn't quite match or fit up with. But for me, I think it did.
Yeah.
So, we'll see how, like, what he can come up with next, because I really want to see more movies from him, and I think he's a weirdly very, very vital
he's somebody
artist.
I kind of had forgot about and was fine with that, and just was kind of like, whatever, and then with this I was like, oh, okay, like, so yeah.
The movie of the moment, Disclosure Day, from director Steven Spielberg.
Never heard of him.
You may have heard of him. He also produced the movie. That always reminds me of one of the great all-time Jiminy Glick jokes. He's talking about the Money Pit.
Yeah.
And he's like, "Oh yeah, I produced that." And he's like, "Okay." And he's like, "I don't remember exactly what he says, but all right, honey, I've seen it."
He's like, "I've seen it. You just produced it." Yeah, it's one of the funniest quotes of all time. Yeah.
Based on
as a matter of fact, I was just watching this morning. There was that video of him and Larry David interviewing Larry David. Jiminy Glick.
That's
was
my
one of the
personal
best ones,
favorite one.
And there's that one where he's like, "I wonder where this one starts and this one gets to end."
It's like it's like Fridays. He's like, it was just like Saturday Night Live, but not funny.
Yeah, he's like, but not funny.
And then David starts just laughing at that.
Yeah. He's always like, "You tell me you don't like to litigate."
So your people would be called Sue because they sue people all the time. So, all right, if I hear one more anti-Semitic remark, or he's like, now we're trying to act like your people don't litigate.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Anyway, Disclosure Day.
Story by Steven Spielberg, which he's recently revealed he wrote the story in the notes app of his iPad, I think. And then I was like,
I would love to master a good Spielberg impression. I can hear his voice in my head, but it's like difficult. I'm not even gonna try it. But like
screenplay by David Koepp, based on a story by Spielberg,
which I called The Great White Turd. Not David Koepp, just saying that, you know.
Ensemble cast: Emily Blunt, Josh O'Connor, Colin Firth.
David Koepp, director of Premium Rush.
That's right.
Good movie.
Very good. And Coleman Domingo, the man of the moment in many ways. He, to me, is consistent. Like, if I say Coleman Domingo more than really any other...
The Alien Queen is a stone cold crackhead.
If I ever see him pop up in something, I'm like, I'm like, oh, Coleman Domingo.
Yeah.
Like, just in anything. So
I think he's really great on Euphoria, actually. He kind of has a thankless role in that show.
He has a very memorable final episode of the series. That's all I'm going to say. You'll know if you
final
know. Final
episode.
He plays a very prominent role in the final episode of the show.
He doesn't die or something, doesn't he?
All I'll say is no to that, but yeah.
Okay.
Just you'll see.
All right. Stone cold crack.
It's good.
Yeah, because I still haven't seen the last 2 episodes of that. But.
Like Spielberg's covered a lot of topics. Great to see him finally tackle the UFOs and aliens.
Yeah, he never did that. Yeah.
Never done that before. Obviously, he's probably. I mean, this is like I remember when this was announced a few years ago. Steven Spielberg's got a new original UFO idea. I remember thinking, okay, so if he's coming to this project with like some new idea, that's like, that's like Martin Scorsese saying, all right, I've got a new gangster movie lined up, or I've got, it was like back in the day it would have been like John Ford saying, I got a new idea for a Western. It's like this is the foremost thinker cinematically of this thing. So if they're going to do it, then you know that there's something interesting about it on its face.
That's what's so funny about Spielberg is he's done that so many times that like even the stuff at the end of AI, they're not technically aliens because they're like AI to a point of robots, but it looks like aliens and it's like kind of feels like an alien movie at the end of the movie, and you're like, yeah, okay.
So the official entries of him, because I was thinking about this, his alien canon, if you want to call it that. Close Encounters of the Third Kind, E.T. the Extraterrestrial, War of the Worlds, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, Indiana Jones. Is there anything I'm leaving out there? I'm trying to think. That's the biggest stuff anyways I can think of. And then now this. I don't know where to start with this, so I'll just say this. Levi, for you, where does Disclosure Day either... You can take this in 2 directions. Fit within the Spielberg alien canon, or what do you think 2026 Steven Spielberg adds to his alien canon with Disclosure Day?
I think what the shame with this movie is that it's not gonna... I don't think it'll have a major effect on the Spielberg canon. Yeah. In the sense that he's so cemented. Yeah. That even a movie this good won't, do a whole lot in terms of that. But I'll go ahead and tell you that as far as, like, it's going to be in my top 10 Spielberg. Probably. Like, that's just kind of a fact at this point. Mm-hmm. Probably right...
I have to really sit down and look at the whole list.
Right after Schindler's List, there'll probably be a reshuffle. But, like, obviously E.T. and Close Encounters are better than this, and... I'm going to give this a 4.5-star rating myself. I think that for me, I don't even necessarily want to talk about it in terms of it being a UFO movie because that's what it is.
Yeah, I will say like that's the least spoiler thing you can say about this movie.
Well, I mean that's in the
marketing and everything. Yeah.
But that this is just one of the most well-made thriller kind of science fiction movies that has been made in I don't know how long. Well, on like a blockbuster level.
He's specifically with this movie working in the like conspiracy thriller mode. Yeah, akin to like the message is very very different, but it's like it's the Spielberg like post Munich that made this, as opposed to like late 70s early 80s Spielberg, which is natural because he's made so many movies by now. But.
Right. So yeah, that's what I walked out of the movie thinking about is like, wow, this is just one of the most well-made movies I've seen in a pretty good while. And it was made for $115 million. I mean, and that's not nothing. But I'll go ahead and say, like, didn't this movie feel like it, like, kind of small, too?
Yeah.
As far as, like, where the locations were and, like, use of just that kind of stuff felt very, like, I think rightly and justly smaller.
Yeah.
Now, of course, the end of the movie feels a lot bigger. But it's funny how it's like the movie does feel. And what is going on with Kansas City, Missouri right now? I feel like it's like, why are all the stars lining up for Kansas City? I don't know. But it feels like the movie ultimately feels like a version of what the ending of the movie is, where they're like, we have something from our affiliate in Kansas City. It has to be seen.
Yeah.
And it's like, okay, like, you know, and you're like, yeah, and this movie kind of feels like that in its own way, where it's like a new Spielberg made this new UFO movie, you have to see it right now. And it's like, okay, fine, like, you know. Now that's not how I felt about it. I felt more positively, but so before we talk about what this movie is about and kind of a lot of things all that in that regard, I'm just honestly floored by just how amazingly well made it was, and so precise, and the pacing was great. The separation of the characters to bring them together was great. Everything was so expert. I mean, and you would think that would be obvious and easy by now for somebody like Spielberg, but when you've seen him do this so many times, it's kind of natural that you're like, oh, maybe he wouldn't do, or oh, we've seen it all. And I mean, does this movie add anything new? Like, not quite. I mean, it's kind of interesting because it's a combination of, like, you know, Close Encounters and E.T. in an aspect, and Sugarland Express in another way. Yeah. Like, you know, it's kind of a lot of different things into one thing. But also, it's a movie that's about other stuff, too. And does the classic Spielberg thing, which is my childhood trauma is now a being used as a metaphor, or is kind of heightened by a metaphor of being abducted by aliens, like, you know, or
and almost, you know, we talked about this with the Fablemans, like that was him officially doing the origin story that had already been weirdly foretold and foreshadowed in all these other movies. So it was almost weird to see him do like a memoir, film in that movie. But then it was kind of funny. It's like that the desire on his part, but I almost wish I was abducted by aliens to like justify this weird displacement that I feel within the world, you know, like, and he's, you know, and he's said in recent interviews, because he's been asked, and I don't know if you've heard, like, there's, you know, conspiracy theories akin to Stanley Kubrick actually directed the moon landing. That this whole movie, this whole project, the Disclosure Day, is Spielberg is subtly, in conjunction with the U.S. government or with the world government, is like softening up the public of like, there is a Disclosure Day that's on the horizon, and he's like trying to get us ready for what that would actually be or whatever, you know, like, and this whole movie ends in a climax of that happening and kind of how people react to that.
Well, also, we don't ultimately see what the result of that is.
Yeah, and I have a slight frustration that we don't see another 5 or 10 minutes of this movie, as far as like, what does that really look like, though? But that would be just speculation. I think it'd also be he's wanting to leave audiences with walking out of the theater and making that a conversation point, as opposed, you know.
Well,
like,
and to talk general, and kind of like what I was referring to earlier about truth.
Yeah.
Okay.
Which, as we all know, is under attack in today's modern
world.
Like,
truth means so many things, but I'm going to give you the basic, my thoughts on this, and I'm not going to use the word truth, I'm going to use the word fact. One of my favorite sayings which I invented is, facts exist regardless of your opinion of them, or like independent of
There's
your
been
opinion
versions
of they
of
are.
that said, yeah.
And like that, just like even my own opinions about things, it's like, well, that's just not how it is. And so feelings are real. I'm not going to say that because I know that, but. And I'm going to get into things that are so esoteric, it's kind of hard to even, like, explain. But, like, people are always like, well, we'll never know the truth about that, or we'll never know that. And my whole, like, frustration is just to, like, slam my fist down and say, well, that doesn't mean the truth doesn't exist. Because I think a lot of people will be like, well, we don't really know, is a way to just not have to deal with, like, an actual problem. And I mean, I believe in God, and I'm a Christian, and I believe
and there's a whole faith aspect to this
and
movie.
so I respected
about a little
that
bit too,
also. And I mean, I feel like it actually goes pretty down the middle about saying, yeah, why not? There could be aliens, and that doesn't necessarily contradict God or Jesus being the savior of humanity or anything, you know. I've actually started to wonder if I was thinking about this independently recently about, and I don't believe this, obviously, but of how I don't ever hear people say, what if Jesus was an alien?
This was talked about in one of the alien movies in the background of, I don't remember, it was one of the newer Ridley Scott alien movies.
Yeah. Wasn't Prometheus, was it?
No, it was the one after that.
Alien Covenant?
I think Covenant. Maybe it was Prometheus. It was one of those two. There's a background of the shot where it's like you see a xenomorph in the background, like on a cross-like structure and whatever, and it was basically saying like, some people think the movie was implying that Jesus was an alien or something along those lines. Anyways, it reminds me of that.
I've just never thought about that until recently, and then it's funny that this movie kind of didn't say that, but was trafficking in ideas of like what God is as a deity or whatever. But that so I believe in all that, obviously, but as a literal, like, rational mind, I'm like, well, people are just like, we don't really know. And it's like, well, just cut the crap and let's keep searching then. You know what I'm saying? Like, truth is something that inherently exists, like I said, regardless of how we feel about it. I don't believe in the idea of my truth or this truth. There is one truth exists in general. In any situation, there is always objective truth. It doesn't matter what it is. My whole point is that we need to stop acting like our own little opinions about truth or our opinions about a situation are actual truth.
You're saying judgment's just been watered down.
Yeah, basically
so much,
that everybody's just like, well, and people say truth is under attack all the time. It's like, well, it kind of always has been, you know?
Yeah.
Because if you go back to the Garden of Eden, that's literally like the devil saying, oh, you can be like God. Like, or
you can determine truth,
right, or whatever, and it's like that's just a lie. Like, so that is the absence of truth. Is the idea that truth is malleable?
Yeah.
It is not. Like, and so I'm a very literal thinker about a lot of things. So it gets very frustrating to me. I'm like, where kids will say, "Well, I don't like that," or "Oh man, that sucks," and I'm like, "Well, you know, it's convenient because the reality doesn't really care what you think of it." You know, like. And I know all these things sound very obvious, and people are like, yeah, so, but I'm like, well, but you're not, everybody's living their lives acting like that's not the case.
It's the saying a lot of conservatives like to say, but I think there is some truth in it. Facts don't care about your feelings, like,
yeah,
and they use that in ways that are not.
Yeah, they use that to support whatever because to me, facts serve feeling. It's now to say, okay, now how do you feel about it? And it's like, well, I don't like that, and it's like, well, that's okay. Yeah. But that also doesn't mean that you get to just change that fact. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, anyway, the point being is that this movie's about a lot of that.
Yeah.
And so, that's what I think was impressive about this movie, because it's about climate change in a big way, too. And, I mean, they kind of made that clear before the movie when they were like, look at all these climate change initiatives that we've done or whatever. And I was very just like, okay.
Yeah.
But also that in the movie's also in its own way about, in a certain minor way, trying to empathize with the American radical in the sense of like Josh O'Connor or Emily Blunt being these people that are like have been activated by life, you know, and they're like, well, I have this purpose, and I'm not necessarily saying that like is forgiving somebody like Luigi Mangione, but it made me think about things like that in the sense of like these like radical
Who
figures in our
operate outside the mainstream.
right, and why is that? In this movie, of course, there's a literal reason. It's because, well, this is a spoiler, so just saying, but these two people were abducted by aliens as children at the same time.
Yeah.
And were basically...
They didn't know each other.
Right, and were basically given the ability to understand alien language and alien mathematics, basically.
To me, one of the little flaws of the movie is I'm not as convinced or interested in Josh O'Connor's relationship to that as much as I am Emily Blunt's.
Well, there's more
like
put into that, yeah. I'm also a little confused by like what their exact purpose is. I think part of it is maybe, and this is in its own way, because this movie is very much like a Jesus allegory anyway, also, is that both of these individuals are people that these like Pharisees, for lack of a better term, are saying need to be killed because they know truth. They're going to speak truth.
Yeah.
Speak
and
truth.
then we can't let this spread to the rest of humanity.
Speak truth to power, which is literally a literal pointless phrase. I have no idea what that means. Somebody, if you ask somebody...
Tell the people in charge how it is, I guess, in theory, is what that's
truth to Oh, is it taking it literally, like saying, I'm speaking truth to power right now? Like saying, I'm telling the people...
I think that's what that means,
Oh, okay.
I think.
Well, now that makes sense.
But that's also a nonsense phrase oftentimes anyways.
But anyway, it's like these people are literal Jesus Christ-like figures who are like, oh, we have this truth that we need to tell humanity, and we're being sought out to be murdered. And so, yeah, but like, so I think, and also the point being out, because most of the movie, as it was, especially when it was winding down, I was like, well, literally all of this stuff that has happened could have been accomplished without the help of anyone else, of them two.
Yeah.
As far as like, you can just put the videos on the TV and that'll prove to everybody that there's these aliens.
You think like they were trying to make the point of like, this was a woman who, that was a moment that had went viral of her speaking in this alien tongue to give her, okay, she's a person who has authority because she actually has that, and she's this person of authority who clearly something is off with her, or she has a connection, that she's then the one who's delivering this message.
Well, also what I was going to say is that the real reason I think why, and this is another Jesus allegory, is to put all this knowledge in a human form makes it easier for human beings to take it, to have like an intercession between these gods of the aliens and the human being. I mean, this is actually maybe his most Christian movie in the sense of like what it's actually like implying and saying.
The
is
only
quite
thing that
interesting.
gets close is maybe the color purple. That's like
context, but that's in a different way. But so
one thing I've been thinking a lot about is how
AI is kind of dabbles in a lot of that too.
Weirdly, the villains in this movie are actually weirdly altruistic. Like they're actually the only cynicism they have is that humanity cannot handle what the truth is.
When I went going into the movie,
they're not actually evil villains.
Right, I assumed it was going to be like they are these evil CEO types who are doing this, and this. Like,
and that way, Colin Firth actually is. He reminded me a little bit of Keyes in E.T.
Yeah. A slightly more negative version of that,
but like he's more interested or fascinated in these things than he is wanting to hurt them as much, and that's more about like, although like we see some clips of like aliens themselves being tortured and, operated on or experimented on
or whatever.
That I hate to say it, that's just going to happen anyways. If we make contact with such beings, not that that's good or bad.
That's what aliens do in our conception of them is alien probe. The probity, as we call it.
Which, spoiler, and there's already some stuff about this out there. We've already spoiled things anyway, so whatever. I love that they went back to this alien design, because I'm a big believer in like little green men,
the Greys,
oval head Greys conception of aliens. I think we've weirdly got too off track from that.
Well, he's always depicting them that way too.
He's very old fashioned in that way.
Well, other than E.T.'s different, but
But I just am always a big fan of that. So I personally was like, oh, I'm glad that this was how the aliens look, which is a very minor...
Jackie Gleason showed up at one point.
Yeah, so Jackie.
Well, it never said that's who it was, but that's who it was.
It is.
Yeah, right.
Because he was a friend of Nixon's anyway. So, anyways, yeah. So you Jackie Gleason heads out there. Check that out. I'm sure you'll love that. And just started thinking.
Don't
then
you think
about,
that's funny how the I can't remember her name, but the actress that was on the Nick, who's like the who's like the nun, former nun, earlier, the novitiate in this movie. What's her name?
Eve Hewson.
Yeah, that isn't she like Irish or Scottish or something?
Irish.
Don't tell any of the Irish. I got that mixed up.
Her full name is Memphis Eve Sunnyday Iris Newson. No, sorry. Yeah.
Sunnyday Irish.
Oh yeah, I forgot she was Tom Hanks' daughter in Bridge of Spies.
That's right. Yeah, but anyway, and there's that the scene where she gets told or gets shown the video.
Oh yeah,
for the first time, and I love it. It's like that's what he chose was like Nixon and Jackie Gleason.
He's a TV star from the 1950s.
It's like Nikki.
Yeah.
I'm little Nicky.
Yeah.
Nixon and Jackie Gleason going to see the aliens is like the way she's introduced to aliens existing.
So in this world, he saw aliens. Then he later went and did Smoking the Bandit. Just think about that,
right?
You know,
and was like, anyway. If you get him drunk enough, he'll talk about it.
Need to get this great hit of Diablo sandwich and Dr. Pepper.
I'm in a GD hurry. Yeah. But anyway, that's all to say that this movie's about a lot of other things, and so.
What did you think about the whole like technology that they use, where you can like
I thought that was interesting,
go, but
well, that was a good like Spielberg set piece kind of thing.
Yeah.
I really like that stuff in the movie. I thought
I found the final 10 minutes of this movie to be absolutely arresting. Like when there was part of it that's like trying to understand what are the dynamics of like Josh O'Connor's characters like uploading this information, and it's like how is that being broadcast? Is it just being uploaded to the raw internet and then people are immediately just sharing it and like, but that doesn't matter. But like, and just thinking about how silent the reactions of not only all the people in the newsroom are, but like humanity taking this in.
Yeah, I mean,
like,
it reminded me a lot of the ending of Close Encounters. Is very much like that, where like I think that Spielberg does the wise thing in both cases and realizes that if we were confronted either with a literal alien, which I mean that happens at the very end too, but we are either confronted with a literal alien or we're confronted with the knowledge of aliens, that there's just an utter silence. Because like nobody knows what to do with that information, and everybody's just kind of standing there. Like any other lesser filmmaker would be like, "Oh my god, what is that? Oh my god!" Everybody like not shutting up, or everybody starts destroying everything, or whatever. Like you're confronted by, that kind of.
I mean,
thing.
The Spielberg face is something that people talk about a lot, as far as that expression of wonder as its own audience avatar for how we are taking in, like you think about Laura Dern's face in Jurassic Park, the very first movie we ever did on this podcast, by the way, of like seeing those dinosaurs for the first time, or various moments of Elliot and E.T., or just like you think of those very memorable Spielberg faces. Even like, say, Roy Scheider, after he's chumming, and we see the shark, and he sees the shark in Jaws. That just like Spielberg, as you said, used the word wise as a wise word to use, because he knows that we are the audience avatar in these circumstances, and that these characters are feeling the exact same way about this that the audience is, and he knows he's making these movies for an audience, and that we ourselves are transposed by the wonder in the same way the characters are, and that makes it feel like, as much as there are characters in Spielberg movies, that their audience stand-ins for us, and just that, like you said, the silence of everybody taking this in, and we see everybody's on their phones, and it really did make me think if this like level of information or real true confirmation of this ever happened,
speaking truth to power,
what like that actually would be in the real world, like makes you think like, and that's what this movie's grappling with.
And so you go through that throughout history of like in the War of the Worlds, Orson Welles era, it was the radio. Other versions it's been TV. And so this now we're at the phone.
Yeah. And the one thing that I think too that what's weirdly I don't know if optimistic is the word, that we as a species would literally. No, it's not about what's the TikTok algorithm showing you. It's not about what the Facebook algorithm. It's like everybody who has a phone would be glued to their screen if that was finally confirmed in as memorable a way as it is in the movie.
Yeah. One minor thing is that, like I say, that they kind of deal with real quickly where they're like, "Is this AI?" Yeah, and they do this real quick check, and they're like,
they say it's an AI check or AI something.
I can't remember the wordage, but we started laughing when that happened. It was like, we were like, new phrase, and then now we can't remember it. But yes, maybe they would do that, but like, how would other people not just be like, oh, this is fake? Yeah. Like, it kind of reminds me of the ending of The Howling, where that guy's like, oh, that's all special.
Did you think at all that Coleman Domingo's almost doing a Spielberg impression watching this movie? He literally how he looks. And then he's like directing this house to look a certain way, and like as they're preparing for Emily Blunt's character to. Yeah, maybe. I kind of thought like this character is literally modeled on Spielberg himself, literally, especially visually the way he looks. Like he's got glasses and the way he was dressed and everything. I was like, this seems like it's like, and over the years of various projects, you've heard about different actors talking about they realize, oh, this character is a stand-in for the director. Yeah. All I've got to do is basically an impression.
Our director.
Ben Affleck.
Star of the Rip. Yeah. Yeah, but no, it just felt really good to get a Amblin movie again. Like, this felt like very old school, but like him at his highest level of being able to make a movie, basically. Meaning like he's old enough now, he's made so many movies, he's like, all right, this is what I do, this is what I do.
I was thinking, to answer earlier what I was asked you about, where does this fit into the Spielberg alien canon? I would literally place it right if you're talking about Close Encounters, E.T., what else?
War of the Worlds.
War of the Worlds, Kingdom of the Crystal, Indiana Jones, Kingdom of the Crystal Skull. I would literally place this right in the middle, under E.T. and Close Encounters. It's okay if you finish third place to E.T.
I know. Yeah, it's like fine.
Like that's literally two of the greatest films ever made. Period. So if you're just a smidge below that, it's okay because those are just so big and influential. War of the Worlds. Have you seen War of the Worlds?
No, I really want to.
That's one that there's certain people that really ride for that movie and think it's actually this really great underrated movie. I think it's good. It's never really invited a lot of enthusiasm on my part, and I say as somebody who loves a lot of like the last 20-ish years of Spielberg movies.
No, I've always wanted to see that, but didn't. I really love that scene. I've seen it a lot. I think it's randomly one of not one of, because you can't say that about Spielberg. You'd have to talk all day about it. One of his great scenes that I can think of off the top of my head, well, maybe not one of his great, but a great Spielberg scene, is when something has happened. I'm assuming, they know that there's aliens existing or whatever. And Cruz is like, all right, let's make a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Yeah. And he's like running around and he's like trying to get the kids to like stay calm and quotes.
Stay normal.
He's like, I'm allergic to peanut butter. He's like, it's okay.
Yeah.
And like that's like a really good Spielberg Cruz scene.
That movie fits in, and I like Minority Report a good amount better than
I like that,
War of the Worlds. I've said this before. I don't think the Cruz Spielberg collaboration ever got to the level that it should have. There's already been some rumors or speculation that he might be in his new Western.
I just saw that our friend and cousin Philip sent us a Twitter picture. He said, "Final TC Sir Stephen collab incoming," and Cruz had put on Instagram. Oh my God. You see that?
Yeah.
It's the weirdest thing I've ever seen. Okay, anyway. Nothing better than a summer Spielberg... Hang on. Okay. Basically, he's with Colin Farrell and, Elle Fanning.
Who was his daughter in War of the Worlds. Right. And then him and Colin Farrell were both in, of course...
Minority Report. So, anyway, I don't know if this was at a premiere or something. It might have been, but... wait, there's more pictures. Okay.
He's got this Spielberg bust, like,
And then there's like a
popcorn
woman
bucket.
with the Mexico jersey on. Like, by the way,
It was like you yesterday watching the movie.
Anyway, of him like saying some positive stuff about it, which is like the first time I can really remember him talking about Spielberg and like
Spielberg
a
has
long
said
time.
said some complimentary stuff to Cruise when Maverick was a big success, but generally speaking, over the last 20 years, they've not been together or associated with each other in any way. Cruise does the big shout out post for like movies coming out. He did not do that with One Battle After Another. Did not do that with that, which is tied probably to the Scientology stuff.
Yeah.
But anyways,
well, you know the answer. Yeah. Well, don't ask.
But again, I'm like
on Roseanne.
But I mean, it's like one of the greatest movie stars of all time, the greatest filmmaker of all time. You just think like, oh, you just make one of the best movies of all time, and that's just not happened with him yet. I don't think like
that hasn't happened with Sean Levy and Ryan Reynolds yet either. I'm kind of wondering when that's going to happen.
When's it going to happen?
When are they going to make the worst movie ever made? Is what I want to know. Like,
Free Guy looks like it's in contention. I don't know. I've just seen
if you had to put a gun to my head and I was like, and it was like you can watch these two movies or die, and it's that and Pixels, my brains are going to be all over that wall.
You best be aiming.
Yeah, I mean, my brains are going to be everywhere. I'll go ahead and tell you, like, if you want to do a double feature, like get your barf bag, like get your Bush baby barf bag. We talked husbands.
We talked about it with Saving Private Ryan a little bit. I still don't think that. I think overall Hanks and Spielberg, like, they made some really pretty good, memorable movies. I don't think they ever quite hit the ceiling of their potential. Now I'm I would put myself in the top 5%
the biggest Bridge of Spies fan I know.
So I love Bridge of Spies,
which I like that movie, but interesting choice. I'm not sure what's going on there, but anyway,
I love Bridge of Spies. That's not quite even as good as obviously Saving Private Ryan is. The Terminal.
Well, I'm glad you could say that Saving Private Ryan's better than Bridge of Spies. I kind of got scared there for a second.
And then have you seen The Terminal?
No, but
that's a very
like
fine,
movie,
forgettable movie of like why was this made? Like one of the more curious Spielberg movies.
Well,
of
it feels
all time.
like he basically saw Castaway and he's like, I kind of want to make a movie like that. And
actually,
Terminal,
I feel like weirdly the prototypical Hanks filmmaker is Robert Zemeckis. Actually, most people are of course going to think Forrest Gump is their best thing. Castaways, that's the one as far as those two together. Here I also like quite a bit.
The movie was good. That's the kind of movie that I like. It was like fine at the time, but what?
I'm thinking of another Tom Hanks thing. Just keep going. Yeah, no, I'll say it.
Man Called Otto.
No.
Welcome to Marvel. No, he wasn't.
I might have mentioned this on the podcast before or said it to you, but there was a profile I read of Tom Hanks years ago. He said a random woman came up to him and it was like in an airport or some public place and was like, "Oh my God, like the Da Vinci Code movie changed my life." And he said he like tried not to laugh in her face, but laughed at her and says, "Why?"
Yeah, so stupid. Man. Why would anybody care about the Da Vinci
If you're
Code?
like somebody on that level, Tom Hanks, Tom Cruise, Tom Bergeron, like whoever, but like those all-time
The Verge with Bergeron,
like iconic status, actors, musicians.
If you're Ian McKellen, you say "F off, I'm gay." You are gay. If you're reading this, you are gay.
But there's like
LMAO.
Like every day of Tom Hanks' life, somebody's saying "Life's like a box of chocolate," or quoting Woody, or doing any number of things. But then you got those randos who will like really be all about like that random thing you did.
I really loved You in Philadelphia.
Like the Burbs just changed my life, or just really like.
Or like News of the World just really rocked my world.
Like imagine if you're Tom Cruise doing a signing at a premiere and you're signing all these little posters that they give out.
Taps.
Or they had like a poster of Far and Away, and they're like, "Oh, can you sign my Far and Away?" Like, weirdly, if you're them, you'd probably like to see that because you're like, that thing nobody brings up all the time. Like,
sign my Cole Trickle thing.
Cole Trickle.
I always want to say Dick Trickle. just because it sounds more of a euphemism. I guess.
remember. I don't know if this was an actual thing or just a fan rumor that got started. Probably more so that like there was talk of like an F1 sequel tying in being also a Days of Thunder sequel and having Tom Cruise and Brad Pitt both be like race car drivers, and it's like basically a crossover like thing. They famously, to me, have one of the most subtle rivalries in Hollywood history, like that doesn't really get mentioned all that much, but I think's fascinating. I think he was originally...
That new Brad Pitt movie about the dog. The new David Ayer movie.
I've always thought, like, you really reached your nadir as an actor if you're, like, once you're acting alongside of an animal. That's, to me, one of the, like,
any which way you can, any which way but loose.
Well, and it, then, I mean... And it's not, like, I don't know, it's not weirdly a status of where you are in the industry because there's people up and coming, like Turner and Hooch, speaking of Tom Hanks, like, it was one of the big movies. And then... Clint Eastwood was like one of the biggest stars of the 70s, and he did
George C. Scott and Day of the Dolphin.
No, we need to fan cast like what's your favorite or a big actor you like, and what animal do you want them to be with? For, like, I want Daniel Day-Lewis in the Crocodile movie. Get on it, like
Lyle the Crocodile, yeah.
La 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 la
la la la bang. Anyway, here has one of the best endings to a movie of the last so many years, like where it like
when the camera starts to actually move. Are you talking about that?
Well, yeah,
because the whole the whole conceit is obviously it's all one shot, and when I did feel myself like when the camera actually started moving, being like, oh my god, like we're not here anymore.
It's like what people say about the ending of Jean Dillman or whatever, where like she does one thing different, and people are like,
yeah. Levi needs to lay off the Marlboros there, but no, yeah.
Anyway,
here ending.
Anyway, sorry, it's gonna take me a second.
Yeah.
I shouldn't have done that. Sorry, now I'm gonna start talking like now I'm gonna start talking like the aliens.
Yeah. Oh, didn't you love, by the way, in Disclosure Day, they're like, we have one spokesman alien, or there's like when they roll out,
it was the one that he helped get out,
it's like all covered up or whatever.
What's that one that Coleman Domingo helped escape? Or whatever.
Yeah.
Anyway,
it's like, give them the mic. What are they going to say? Like,
well, that's the whole reason why she's there.
XN5, like France wins World Cup.
Yeah, but 3 red cards. Haha.
No, they needed that alien's like, oh, it hung out with Jackie Gleason so it's like, this is the ideal human,
right?
So then it based its whole voice on like, it's like Jackie Gleason.
Let me in there, Norton. Yeah. Anyway, the ending of here, like, so
Captain Video,
official space coming on, Captain Video.
If you know, you know.
Yeah. Well, I just told you. So I was thinking a little bit yesterday, by the way, that part in the apartment where it's like, and now, Grand Hotel. But it's like, brought to you by, and it's like, literally when it was like the movie was about to start and it kept being like this, and we get used to that, but like, it had been a while since I'd seen a movie in the Dolby for a little bit.
Oh, right, yeah.
So that was like, and there was 1 or 2 extra little things because of that. Mm-hmm. Felt like, and now, Disclosure Day. But first, this ad for why you're here. It's like, Anyway, the ending of here. What I really love about, and I won't interrupt myself again, don't worry. What I really love about the ending of that movie is that, and what, it's hard to do like actual, true, like arch emotionality and honesty well. I mean, like, it kind of is like put shirt over face maybe to hear me say this, but like, I really love the moment in the movie, in Disclosure Day, where they put their hands over the device and they both say, don't let go at the same time. It's like, I mean, that's why Spielberg's a great filmmaker, is that he can make me like be like, oh yeah, what a great moment. Like that, basic thing that like in another movie would seem terrible.
Yeah.
Same thing about the ending of here, where it's like you go through that whole movie and you get to the end, and when she says, oh, I love it here, that wouldn't work if you just saw it by itself. You have to have the whole movie to go through. Yeah. And it's like, that's almost like, for lack of a better term, the punchline of the movie, but like not in a funny way. More like an emotional way of like somebody who has Alzheimer's is like, oh, this, like, and what that means and represents is like something I still think about as just like as like a movie moment. I think is really great, and so that whole movie is fine to good, but that is like, oh wow, that moment is like something.
Yeah.
So anyway, and this movie had quite a few of that too, as far as Disclosure Day, but it also is a better movie.
I'd forgotten.
It's crazy that it opened with somebody getting their face smashed in by a wrestler. I wasn't expecting that. It's like one of the most random. I was literally like, it's like,
well, especially how like you got the dark title card and screen. It's like very just August, like Universal Pictures, like Amblin, Steven Spielberg. Pro wrestling, it was just that's like wait, what? Like it takes the air out of the balloon.
Kind of felt like the carnival stuff in AI, where they're like destroying all the AI stuff. Yeah.
It did. It was actually reminiscent of that. So, new Spielberg movie. This might seem like a weird thing to bring up. I know, like when Killers of the Flower Moon came out. Well, there's obviously a lot of talk about, man, we only have so many Scorsese movies left, and and I say this as a huge Scorsese fan, although not as big as I once was. I weirdly say, even though I still love him. I do feel that genuinely more with Spielberg. I'm like, I feel the at bats are like you start to, and we saw most of his movies like on home video, like as we were growing up,
official Space Helmet on home video.
Like us experiencing a Spielberg movie in the theaters is weirdly later than you would think. And all that's to say, like, and I know that when I was saying that about Martin Scorsese, like Killers of the Flower Moon, I liked better than you. But I was still weirdly like, okay, disappointed a little bit by it.
I think people are twisting themselves in knots to think that movie's great or something. I'm not sure what's going on.
But like Spielberg has made some of his best movies, and that's just saying a lot, just over the last few movies. So like he's still operating on a very, very high level. Like, and The Irishman was amazing.
Yeah,
Scorsese, but we didn't see that in the theater either, so that's just another thing. But
we got up early that day to go.
That's
down
true, we did.
And we were like, oh man, more David Ferry content. So insane that made that movie. By the way, like wow, it's almost more of a like nod to his friend Oliver Stone than it is anything.
Yeah,
just to be like, I know.
Yeah. Like, now, I'm not trying to poo-poo Scorsese or anything. I'm just saying, like, I don't know.
It's all right because it wouldn't do any good even if you wanted to, which I know you don't.
But like seeing a Spielberg movie on the big screen and him tackling this subject matter yet again, it just felt special. And I plan on seeing this again. I don't know when it'll happen. Me and my wife might go at some point, but
my wife.
So it's a new Spielberg movie. Go see what happens. Check it out. Disclosure Day. Speaking of Swords of Doom. Here is the trailer for the Sword of Doom.
助龍之介は自分の剣だけを信じて生きておる。剣を取って戦う時は親も子も兄弟もない。早速に果たし状の早飛脚をやれ。芝飯倉の机の長屋へな。して勝負の期日は明16日。場所は芝増上寺大門右手の松林。時は人通りを避けて夜明けの宇野国。
Toho Productions, 1966, Sword of Doom. If you're like me, anytime you see Toho, you think of like they had to be one of the end-all be-all studios out of Japan of this era, most especially. Especially a lot of the imported stuff that was coming in that had audiences in America. All right, Levi, so tell us a little bit about the Sword of Doom.
So, the Sword of Doom, it's actually known in Japan, and there was a kind of a series of novels that this was kind of like adapting called Daibutsu Toge, which means Great Bodhisattva Pass. Is a 1966 Jadegegi film.
Which I think I looked up is like the general like Japanese period.
Right, and that could be different things.
Historical fiction.
For lack of a better way of describing it, it's the samurai movie, basically. Or a lot of them. Directed by Kihachi Okamoto and stars Tatsuya Nakadai. It is based on the serial novel of the same name by Kaizan Nakazato. So, this movie, I looked into it actually to talk a little bit about the production. I said it is a adaptation of a book from 1913. And so, notably, the story itself is a lot about like the changing Japan of the time. And basically the reason I bring that up is that it was when that was published, it was after Emperor Meiji died, who was the transitionary figure that opened Japan in a bigger way.
Yeah.
And so this novel come out of a newspaper serial, which was like 3 decades after this one, basically. And ultimately, it was 41 volumes of it.
Dang.
It had also been adapted into another movie by Hiroshi Inagaki, in the 30s, who directed all those samurai trilogy movies that had Toshiro Mifune. That's like Samurai 1, Musashi Miyamoto, and Duel at the Ichochiji Temple, and Duel at Gonryo Island. I'm sure you've seen they have a Criterion section of that, or a release of that. But basically, I know that what happened was when they wanted to make this movie, Toho wanted to make it. Basically, they made Okamoto make this movie because he made a movie called The Age of Assassins, which they weren't very happy with, apparently, which was more like a modern action movie. Basically that he kind of came onto the movie not exactly, wanting to make it. So there was supposed to be a sequel, but it was never produced. And you can kind of feel that with the end of the movie, and we'll talk about that in a little bit. But that he didn't really want to make the movie, and basically that they apparently cut out even more stuff from the book. They did not follow the redemption song lyric of having to "You've got to fulfill the book," which we were just laughing about off air a little while ago. But anyway, so basically, the movie that was produced, and you can feel it when you watch it, feels like it's like a longer, bigger thing that we're just getting parts of. I mean, it says that one guy, Jeffrey O'Brien, who's a film kind of scholar, I guess, film critic, said that it feels like it's famous scenes from that book. But anyway, and he talked about the ending being, like that. But ultimately, I'm interested in this whole idea because, to me, don't you think it's strange to like make a entire book series or serial novel out of this character?
Yeah.
And how much this is like its own is it really a full adaptation? Because it makes me wonder if he's like such an evil.
And I wonder too if in this series, this character, he's just traveling from place to place, like getting into new adventures or new things, and that way similar to like say cinematically, the Dollars trilogy, which was popular at this time with The Man with No Name.
Yeah. Also, the this was later in the 70s, but the Lone Wolf and Cub movies, which I've seen all of.
I was thinking about that too.
And Itachi, or Zatachi the Blind Swordsman and all that. Right.
And that he's a quote-unquote character, but he's really just an avatar to move to all these different places and keeps a fairly stable characteristics to him.
Yeah, I mean, there's plenty of characters like that in Western media, too. I mean, you have like...
Well, I was just said, like, Man with No Name is kind of a version
of
that.
I mean, like, Western is in, like, just the West, not, like, the global West, I guess is what I mean. But, yeah, and that's part of that. But, I mean, also just, like, even, like, modern-day stuff like Jack Reacher's a version of that, or, like...
Or comic book characters, like, almost like thinking of Wolverine, like, comes to mind with that.
Did you hear they're making a new Wolverine game? It actually looks kind of interesting. I haven't seen the trailer officially, but anyway.
I think, like, I like this movie quite a bit, but one thing that really prevented me from really outright loving it, I think, was that, to my mind, this character really didn't have hardly any redeeming qualities, even to the point of being, like, when we talk about the Wild Bunch and their characters, they're pretty awful human beings, but there's still a weird, like, charm that I feel that comes off of them, and maybe some of this is lost in translation, I can admit, as far as, like, you sometimes don't pick up nuances of performance with foreign language films just because literally you're half of your time you're reading the translation, so you miss some stuff. But this, to me, seemed to be a study of kind of a darkness and nihilism of this character in contrast with everybody else's sense of... And he is a character that has a sense of self-respect and dignity, but not for anything that's, like, altruistic or noble. Right. Is much more really to prove he's the greatest and he's the best, and not really in service of anything other than his own ego, It's kind of the takeaway I had from our lead character who, pardon me if I get this pronunciation wrong, Ryunosuke Takadai. And this was played by the actor Tatsuya Nakata.
Oh, wait, is it? Wait.
Tatsuya Nakata.
Oh, no, so it's Ryunosuke Tsuke, yeah.
Yeah, okay, but...
Yeah, anyway. This played by Tatsuya Nakata, yeah.
Who I was looking, only died November.
Last year or something.
He was 92 years old. He was actually just a month or less than a month short of being 93. And I know he did a lot of big movies. And, one movie that you had been encouraging...
Well, let me say before we get to that, he was in... he was actually apparently discovered on the streets of Tokyo by Masaki Kobayashi, who made those Human Condition movies, because he's in all those. Which I have the Criterion of, but I haven't watched yet. And then Harakiri, Samurai Rebellion... Quadon also that guy made, but anyway, and he was in a lot of those. And then he was also in Ran,
the Kurosawa movie.
Yeah, he was in some other movies, like he was in Seven Samurai. I don't remember who he was in that. And then I remember he was kind of the villain in Yojimbo, and then he might have been the villain in Sanjuro too. Maybe, I don't know.
So Certified Titan of
High and Low. He was also in The Face of Another.
All right, that's really good.
And yeah, so he's been in a bunch of stuff. One of my favorite titles of all time, Kill! ! What
that's about?
I don't know. Let's find out. Yakuza stuff. Looks like.
Okay.
But also kind of a samurai movie. I don't know. Anyway.
But you had really especially encouraged me to watch Harakiri before we watched this, and I really thought the world of that and really loved that. That was from the director Masaki Kobayashi.
Yeah. Who we were just talking about.
Yeah, and that to me is a great distillation of kind of a cynicism with like the samurai way of life and the principles behind it, and yet that's all this character knows, so they feel obliged to indulge in what they think they're entitled to through that. And this is also a version of that.
Yeah. I think that Harakiri, well, first of all, that's the best samurai movie ever made, if you're talking about objectively. Like, there are other samurai movies that are more like, quote, samurai-y
like
than that.
Samurai,
right,
yeah.
or whatever, but like, that just by nature of what it is a samurai movie, so it but it's like not in the traditional sense. Not even like this is.
It's not one that especially makes you feel good about what it's supposed to be or represent.
Yeah, but that movie is also one of the best movies ever made, I think, too. But what I really love about that movie is, first of all, it's a frame story. Because most of the movie objectively happens over like an afternoon, basically, but it's like these flashbacks and stuff. But no, that movie, it has the luxury of being about a lot of the same things this movie is, but also being like, well, this whole idea of honor killed people I care about, rather than, well, I'm just going to do whatever I want. You know, all the time, and just be evil. And so in that way, it was a movie that was about honor in a different way, that about the character in Harakiri being outside of the ideas of that like samurai honor, but being honorable about things that humans should really be honorable about, which is like the actual human being and people you love, and it also has a great duel towards the end, which was randomly the guy that played Tiger Tanaka in You Only Live Twice. Yeah. And then that like, final big fight at the end, which is kind of similar to the one that's in this one too. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Harakiri is like really great. But that's why I was like, you need to watch that one before we do this, because I've only still seen it once myself, so
if I could quote a little bit from my Letterboxd review of that, something that came to mind, I think it applies to like this whole cynicism or revisionism maybe of like this certain archetypal story of the samurai story, in the same way that the Wild Bunch later is with the Western. And I think that, again, this is mostly about Harakiri, but I think it applies to Sword of Doom, as we'll get into here in just a second as well. At a time when the American Western was going through its own soul-searching before engaging in an outright breakdown, it's oddly comforting that the Japanese samurai narrative was going through the same thing. This complicated, fascinating look at honor, in quotes, and the dignity through one both lives and dies speaks volumes in any language. And I think, like I said, this idea of honor, and in particular, obviously, and it probably goes without saying with these movies, but should be said, is masculinity, and this ideal of masculinity, and what a man is owed versus what a woman's owed in this archetypal Japanese society. And there's true versions of it of how other societies also viewed the relationships between men and women. That's one of the most shocking things at the beginning of the Sword of Doom, is where he basically, has sex with this woman in it, and who's married, and then she like makes the promise to let her husband win in this duel, and then he breaks that. It just like really sets his character up to be incredibly unlikable, and just like not only beats him in a duel, but it literally kills him. Right.
Well, it's like one of those like wood sword. They have that certain name for the wooden swords in Japanese, and I can't remember what it is off the top of my head. But like a wooden sword duel, it's like a training kind of thing. Yeah. And he hits him on the head so hard it kills him. So anyway,
Boken.
Boken. Boken, whatever. That's how I say it, but it's probably Boken.
And I think like this character's, it seems as though one of his big insecurities is the idea that Toshiro Mifune's character may be an even better swordsman or fighter than me, and how that sends him into kind of this thing. And then even earlier when he had killed this guy, and he's like leaving, and then these other clansmen come and fight him and attack him, and he fights them off, and then there's a little bit of a time jump. I think it's like about 2 years.
Yeah, the movie kind of jumps through time, different points. So, don't you think it's funny, by the way, that he looks like way older in Harakiri than he does in this, and it's like a couple years before, 4 years before this? And part of that's because like that movie intended he look like more haggard and older.
Also, the hat he wears in this movie, we were laughing about and joking about when we were watching, is just so insanely big. Yeah. It's like a friggin' canopy, it looks like, on his head.
He only wears that in like certain scenes too. That's what's funny, is like he doesn't wear it all the time, but
To what extent do you think this movie makes this character a hero versus is looking at him with kind of fear or anxiety about what he represents as almost a twisted form of like the samurai archetype?
I think this movie is actually pretty neutral on what it feels about this character. I mean, it's a very prototypical kind of Cormac McCarthy sort of character, very much like the Judge or Anton Chigurh, like, you know, as far as like somebody who's just purely evil. And it kind of makes you wonder, how did he get this far? Like, along where people are even like letting him be around, and then people continue to do that throughout the movie. I mean, a lot of those guys that join the same clan later on are guys that witnessed him kill that other guy that one time at the beginning. And there's a couple of them that just shrug and say, yeah, whatever, it's good to have him around, I guess, because he's good at, you know, sword fighting. What's funny is that everybody tells him, oh, your swordsmanship is different. And he's like, yeah, basically. But what's fun, they imply, and I don't think they ever say it necessarily explicitly. I know Mifune kind of says it a little bit. But that it's like they even see that version of sword fighting as dishonorable, like the way that he does it, that he's like not playing by the quote rules.
Yeah.
So in that way, I think if there's any positive that it finds in the character, it's that, well, he's just going to be an individual.
Yeah. That's the whole
but
the thing about the Western in general too is the idea of community versus individualism and the interplay of that, and to what extent one stands up for a community, and to what in what way should a man go his own way, which is something that Westerns in general, and I think the Wild Bunch also has some statements about.
Yeah, well, yeah, and there was the I kind of mentioned this maybe already, but William T. Volman book I'm reading, Rising Up and Rising Down, talked about a lot of this stuff too. It's been on my mind about like the rights of the individual and the rights of the collective, and kind of like what rights do human beings actually owe a community or like a social contract when you didn't agree to said social contract in the first place. You were kind of born into it, you know, that sort of thing.
And also,
but also at the same time,
William
T. Volman, even though he questions a lot of things about the nature of violence and our rights towards it, does not ever advocate for the use of violence. He's saying, like, we should not do that. You know what I mean? Like, he's saying, okay, a lot of the ways that we think about the kind of Platonic, in terms of, like, Plato, you know, ideas of community and the state and whatever, he's like, yeah, well, that's all kind of like BS, like, you know, and kind of not exactly fascist. I wouldn't say that what I understand of Plato's ideas is fascist exactly, but I mean, it's going to create these ideas that go more and more in that direction.
Do you think that's one?
And it talks about Machiavelli in there a lot too.
That like ideal he's describing is similar to, I think, how the Japanese view the samurai within their own culture, and in its own way, the rhythm or rhymes that has to how American mythology views the cowboy in general is someone who is at once an outsider, but also one of the pillars of stoicism and tradition within said societies. It's still like, to be a cowboy is a little more, I think maybe a 1-to-1 is more possible in current American society than, say, a samurai is in obviously modern day Japanese society. But nonetheless, both archetypes represent kind of the ideal masculine male form within their respective kind of societies. But obviously the twist with this one is he's so egotistical, he's so selfish, and I think that obviously very much goes against like Japanese ideals of what one is supposed to be as a man and or as a father or as a husband.
No, I mean, it's very directly, I mean, because like he's not ever even a ronin either exactly. I mean, he is... No, not really, because he's always kind of like a part of a group of some form. And the people, like I said, they kind of are like, I don't know about that. But then I feel like the movie then is also questioning like those people's motives of like, well, if you think this is crazy and insane, why are you keeping him around? Like, you know, kind of thing.
Yeah.
So the movie ultimately is just kind of about him venturing around and doing whatever he wants, basically.
Yeah.
And then there's all the other stuff in the movie.
And is that the part that you kind of said it almost feels like
yeah,
it's truncated,
right? And it's
really
all it's
something
kind of
bigger.
all over the place. And I think that's both intentional and and unintentional. But I guess I'll say what I like about the movie a lot is I like that about it, that it's got these other. I don't like watching those parts of the movie necessarily, but it's like it's got all that other stuff, and then it just kind of ends.
Yeah.
And other than the fact that, spoiler for those who don't know, other than the fact he basically lives sort of like at the end, because a lot of people just say, "Oh, well, he lived." What's that? Well, we don't know that exactly. Like,
Yeah.
we can, I mean, I would assume that's what's implying, and if they wanted to make more, but I think this movie is just so well. Before I get to talk about the technical aspects, that the feelings that evokes, this kind of weird emptiness and like everything's kind of all over the place, and I like the kind of nihilism of that. And I guess what I like about this movie and why I picked it to go with The Wild Bunch is, for a lot of these samurai movies of the time were very like, you have the one guy or the group of people that are saving the people from this, and this one it's very much just like, no, whatever, somebody who is like, an earlier version of the anti-hero that would become more and more a thing. But ultimately, what I really like about the movie is the aesthetic and the technical aspects of it are just like on a really high level.
Oh, yeah.
And it's one of the most well-made and best-looking samurai movies I've ever seen. But
Shot in beautiful black and white cinematography. Yeah.
I mean, that stuff where it's in the snow and they're following the guys to like kill the people in the like little cart things, and then it turns out it's just Mifune hiding in there.
Yeah,
is like another level of 1960s filmmaking. Like, is just like really impressive to me.
The whole
and
sequence
it's using
too,
smoke and everything in the movie and fog, like
where he's being like haunted by the ghosts of those who he had killed, and he's like just spasming around basically until he has this big final battle with all these guys, which to me got a little like ridiculous. And this happens just in samurai movies. This happens in other fighting movies.
Harakiri before this too,
but like where it seems like everybody's just waiting back for their turn to get killed. Sometimes that's what can happen even in Kill Bill movies. It has that feeling too. But also I was a little like, wait, what? This guy was gonna live? Like after all that, I didn't quite buy exactly. But it does make for a very memorable.
Yeah, and I think it's good for the shock.
Image.
I mean, it reminds me, we were saying about Melvin Van Peebles earlier, but it reminds me of the ending of Sweet Sweetback, where it's like he's still out there, and it's like
he's still raising hell. Yeah.
And I don't know. I just find that to be very kind of goofy and stupid, but very evocative and kind of like, oh, okay, like but I mean, so. I don't know if we have a whole lot more to add about the movie, but
yeah, we both we're probably not going to go too long about the Wild Bunch either. But I do think we watched a Criterion Collection edition of this. Have you seen some of the special features on that before, or watched them? Or
no? Let me get it off of the thing and look and see what is on it.
Yeah, this is definitely like one of those that, in particular, I think that's one of the reasons that, as we know, the samurai movies have endured as a historical entry point for a lot of people into kind of older films or foreign cinema, is because of the connections that it has with the American Western and kind of the portability of the genre.
Absolutely no special features on that.
Oh, really?
It's literally like a commentary.
Yeah.
That's it. So.
Okay.
But samurai movies in the Western, and I mean, that was very much popularized by many people, but especially Kurosawa, who we've kind of talked about, but not directly. And a lot of people in Japan weren't as big of fans of his movies, I know, because they were a little more like...
I thought more
Western, more in terms of the global West, too.
Yeah.
And so... But that's why those movies were so beloved in America, was because... they were...
It was partially inspired by like John Ford and some of the maybe Howard Hawks, I can't remember, and some of the big.
Because I don't want to say they're all like this, but if you start watching more like Japanese movies in general, and that are even like, just non-samurai, you're going to see stuff like Branded to Kill or Face of Another, or I haven't seen them, but even like Woman in the Dunes, like stuff that's very like out there, surreal, kind of weird.
It's less
even,
about providing a straightforward narrative,
right? Tokyo Drifter, like movies that are a lot more about the aesthetic and just, for lack of a better term, being weird and arty and different of that Japanese new wave kind of stuff, which was kind of interesting because obviously you had before that you had all the Ozu dramas, and so there was plenty of stuff that was. I guess it's a one-to-one, like you have the genre noirs and of that era preceding, the French New Wave, and then you have the French New Wave and similar, kind of stuff. But anyway, so that was the thing about all those samurai movies were more inherently like quote-unquote Western, just as I guess the kaiju movies were still pretty out there and weird, but were a little more like King Kong or like some of the other B movies that were happening at the same time in America. So
I think it's important to say too, like for this, you're hitting at it, but this era of international cinema where more movies were starting to be screened around the world from different places.
And that really started in the 50s, especially.
And Japan, its big contributions were like a combination of the samurai movie, Kurosawa movies generally, Ozu stuff, Godzilla, like was kind of the big foreign exports that it was kind of putting onto the scene. In the same way that, as you were saying, like, Sweden has Bergman, obviously all the French New Wave that was coming out of France. Earlier, you had Powell and Pressburger kind of representing Britain or England.
They had some of those like kitchen sink realism.
Just a little after this, you have Tarkovsky representing some of the best stuff to come out of, obviously, the Soviet Union and Russia.
Right. Italians had a lot of cinema. I mean, versions of Antonioni, and then, of course, the spaghetti westerns and the crime and action movies in Giallo later on. And so,
But I don't know, I know it's generally true, but it's just, for me personally, as a cinephile who was getting into movies in my teenage and years and early 20s, it's like the black and white, mostly, but not always black and white, foreign language 60s film is a whole big archetype and thing that there's a lot of different entry points, and obviously Japan has a great many just in of itself, because that was just something that, especially, again, these sorts of movies started to screen a lot more in big cities in United States in the 1960s and then onward. And so I think, the samurai film's always going to represent one of those big major entry points for Japanese cinema. And again, that is one of those things, like if this was to be one of somebody's first samurai movies to watch, this is among the more cynical ones to start off with. It's not really a romantic view of that. Right. Exactly, and starting off already a pretty harsh pitch or note.
Yeah.
Similar to how the Wild Bunch almost represents a similar thing for us for Westerns, and we'll talk about here in just a second. So, Sword of Doom, check it out. Again, Criterion Collection version of it is out there.
No special features apparently, but,
Other than audio commentary. I'm sure it has its customary essay.
Yeah, it does. It's from that Jeffrey O'Brien guy I mentioned earlier.
Oh, right. Okay. So, up next, here is the trailer for 1969's The Wild Bunch.
The Wild West was pretty well tamed by 1913.
I saw one just like it in Waco.
Hey, Pike, you know what I hear? I hear they take out one of those things up north that can fly.
That was a balloon, you damned old fool. No, the old man's right. They got motors, wings, go 60 miles in less than an hour.
Driven to the border by the irresistible thrust of civilization were the remnants of the breed that had made the West wild.
If they move, kill them.
The payrolls were harder to get at. The army rode the railroad now. But there were still a few trails for the kind who'd be cold before they were tame. They called them the Wild Bunch. Pike had been a gentleman of principle. He still had a principle or two.
We're not getting rid of anybody. We're gonna stick together just like it used to be. When you side with a man, you stay with him, and if you can't do that, you're like some animal. You're finished.
Dutch had dug for gold. He gave up digging.
How many cases did you take from the train?
16 cases of rifles. We lost one on the trail.
He stole it.
No quiero vivo! Thornton should have been a lawyer. He always argued.
Hold it! Relax, it's just some champagne we ordered.
Sykes had been a gunman in his day. He still had the gun.
We gotta get him back! How?
Gorch had been trying for years. Sometimes he almost worked up to normal.
I want you to meet my fiancée.
Again, as we were saying, one of the odder trailers.
Yeah.
I feel like we're saying that a few times about different ones here and there. That I feel like the scenes and the organization of them fit the movie, but then the titles are just doesn't feel reflective of what this is. So, The Wild Bunch, 1969 American epic revisionist Western film, co-written and directed by Sam Peckinpah, starring William Holden, Ernest Borgnine, Robert Ryan, Eben O'Brien, Ben Johnson, and Warren Oates.
I wouldn't really classify this movie as an epic.
I wouldn't either.
I think that's kind of
stupid. Well, it takes place in two countries. I don't know. Yeah, I wouldn't either, yeah. It's set against the backdrop of a war. I don't know.
Barely.
The plot concerns an aging outlaw gang on the Mexico-United States border trying to adapt to the changing modern world in 1913.
Trying to adopt a child.
It'd be like... that would be another movie that would be hilarious to see. It's like 3 men and a baby, but 3 wild bunch and a baby. Trying to adapt to the changing modern world of 1913. Film was controversial because of its graphic violence and its portrayal of crude men attempting to survive by any available means. Again, the movie came out in June 18th, actually, almost the anniversary. 1969. It's budgeted for about $6 million and it grossed, believed to be about $11 million. This was one of the first Westerns I remember we really fell in love with and got into when we were younger. Mm-hmm. And it's one of those things, like, we've seen this movie so many times. We say this about a lot of movies here and there. We quote this movie all the time, and it's kind of gone beyond the point that I even think of it as a Wild Bunch quote. It's just something we say back and forth.
Yeah.
And, it's one of those things, like, there are a lot of things we find out of this movie are very funny, but, like, objectively, it's considered one of the harshest Westerns, especially...
This movie has a sense of humor, though.
Yeah, it does, yeah, for sure. But, what about is it for you, Levi, The Wild Bunch, does it stand out as... one of the reasons it's one of kind of your favorite or most noteworthy Westerns? One that especially was an early favorite as you were starting to get into movies, as it was for me as well.
Well, it's similar to what we were just kind of saying, is that with the Sword of Doom, is that it's immediately, both movies open with immediately like, oh, the cowboy or the samurai, and then they're like basically either outright murdering innocents or like causing the deaths of innocents and not really seeming to care. The Wild Bunch, and we'll talk about this a little bit in just a minute. The Wild Bunch has a way more complicated idea about the way that its characters view innocent people and their sense of honor is like. The more I watch the movie, the more the movie's trying to be like, oh, these guys aren't really so bad. It's like, are we watching the same movie? Because like, I mean, yeah, but anyway, so what I appreciated about it, at least at that age, and some of the westerns I'd seen, and I had already seen the Leone westerns by this point, and then we watched The Wild Bunch not too long.
This movie has some absurdity to it, especially in the editing style, but it's like a lot more "quote unquote" realistic than the Leone dollars.
Well, first of all, and I mean what I love about the Leone movies is that they were filmed in Spain, but that's supposed to be the West, and it like just doesn't really look like out west.
It feels like a kind of sort of approximation. Oh, it's like a desert, but it has this
it's
other
like,
weird quality to it.
It's like the American West in a dream or a nightmare. Like it's kind of interesting, but as a visual. Now he of course made the Once Upon a Time in the West in Wyoming and Utah, which you can tell it like definitely looks like this actually is America. So yeah, that's inherently weird. This, I mean, it's very much like this is Mexico and this is like Texas, and so that is immediate. But no, I mean, this movie it has you by the throat from the beginning. I mean, he'd already made some movies that flirted with violence and violent tendencies. I mean, Major Dundee was kind of very heavily edited, I know, to have less of the violence in it. But ultimately, this was his first one that was on a far bigger level of violence, and is pretty immediate and instantaneous, and you're kind of like, okay, like, and it even has a little bit of comedy throughout that, but also just from from a objective standpoint, even standing above the violence, just the extremity of the editing and is very immediate and quick. And I mean, I think that this movie, if it had been made before Bonnie and Clyde, would not have been the same. I don't think about that a lot, but really this movie is the way it is because Bonnie and Clyde had already been made. Especially
if both seen Major Dundee. That's it's got a hard edge to it that's a little harsher than what came before as far as the Western canon. But as far as like how it's made is pretty conventional. Yeah. And as you said, seems to be a pretty severe rupture that happens after Bonnie and Clyde that you can start to edit in a more experimental style and make it a Hollywood movie.
And also just like the way that he shoots the movie too, Peckinpah with the Wild Bunch, is that with Major Dundee, for example, that movie was shot in these kind of like sweeping, like, look at the West. This is a big Western. Yeah. Whereas this one shoots it more as people moving through the space.
Yes.
Not the space enveloping the people, which was different, for that time. And I mean, similarly, George Roy Hill did something kind of mostly the same thing with Butch Cassidy and the Sundance Kid, although that one's a little bit more in between those two tendencies, but it's also pretty, like, just focusing on the individual rather than the everything else, like the land and everything.
Yeah.
So that I knew that was inherently different because it was like a Western that, on a visual language standpoint, I'd never really seen anything like that. And both in terms of like, I'd seen the Leone movies, and those were, not even either of those things I'm talking about because that's so out there weird, like filmed in Spain, so it's like it looks weird. Everything's kind of off anyway, so it like doesn't really count. Other than like all the John Ford westerns. and even Delbert Mann and all those big this is the West.
Howard Hawks,
and then
Anthony
Howard
Mann.
Hawks and I meant Anthony Mann,
Yeah,
not
yeah.
Delbert Mann. Sorry, Delbert Mann made melodramas. Anthony Mann, yeah. But also, well, didn't Delbert Mann make? Was it Delbert Mann? I think that made the Naked Spur.
Naked Spur was Anthony.
Or it
Mann.
was Anthony Mann. Okay, that's
Yeah.
what I was trying to remember. Anthony Mann also made Winchester 73, right?
Yes.
Okay, that's what I was
Those are
thinking.
two of my favorites.
I haven't seen Winchester 73, but I like the Naked Spur quite a bit.
Yeah.
But anyway, and all the plenty of John Wayne movies, and you'd seen these people moving through the spaces. And that was the whole idea of the Western. It was like it was all this big spectacle, like, oh, look at these lands that we encompass still that look the same as they did then, kind of thing.
But in a lot of those narratives are about like something like Red River, where it's about we're trying to like move this cattle herd to this area or this place,
Right.
or like we're taking a wagon train trail and like we're trying to transport like something like Stagecoach, where we're trying to transport like normal civilized people across this hellish landscape. Or sometimes there's a lot of Westerns that are about like protecting this little community, like say My Darling Clementine or something, where it's like about a little community
Rio Bravo or
and trying to protect it.
Or
High
Magnificent
Noon
Seven.
also.
Yeah.
Or
Even Native American like.
This one is very interesting that it's very clearly oriented around, well, these guys are just trying to survive and eke out the quote-unquote one last job. It's honestly, I'd say, and this was happening even in the 50s, but in late 40s, but the influence of like film noir and film noir-esque crime characters into the Western and how that fits. And
and the gangster movies and bank robbery movies of the...
and the whole idea of one last heist, one last score. And then also this movie has a huge end of an era quality to it, quite literally baked into it. Because this is, I think, like out of movies that are considered like Westerns, this is one of the later dates I can think of.
Yeah,
as far
that's
as
what we were kind of
1913.
laughing about, was that actually between these two movies of Sword of Doom and The Wild Bunch, that actually just by nature of like Japan being closed off for such a long time to Western influence, that those settings in the movie, in those two movies, are only 50 years apart, which is just so mind-boggling to even like consider. But yeah, anyway. So yeah, and it has a whole end of the era quality, and a lot of people who haven't seen the movie and have played the first Red Dead Redemption, like that's literally basically an adaptation of The Wild Bunch from the Deke Thornton perspective, more than, which is the Robert Ryan character.
Yeah, I think this stuck out to me the most this time out of all the times I've seen it, is I feel like the movie is wanting to have this divide between William Holden and Robert Ryan, is like, that they both used to be friends and do all these scores together, but then Robert Ryan was like injured and clipped and then arrested, and then he's like forced to go and hunt down William Holden's character from on the behalf of a railroad company. I feel like the movie's wanting to like position both characters on equal-ish ground, but ultimately the narrative is far more interested in William Holden's crew and these new crew of people that he's with, which is Borgnine, Evan O'Brien, Warren Oates, and Ben Johnson, Jamie Sanchez. Yeah,
was it Sanchez or Hernandez?
Emilio Fernandez. Yeah.
No.
Oh wait, no. Yeah, Jamie Sanchez.
Sanchez. Okay,
Yeah.
sorry, I got the name wrong. Yeah, Emilio Fernandez is the Apache.
And also that I think there's also this creeping quality of politics into what the cowboy was like. That they are definitely like, they don't really fundamentally care. They don't have any loyalty to the United States as a institution, and they really don't have any loyalty to like what's going on in Mexico.
Yeah.
But just kind of jump into the end, but then we can walk back through it. But their decision to like, we'll help get some guns for, this basically this group of revolutionaries turned future despots, you can pretty much clearly tell. And it's not because they believe in any kind of cause other than the cause of the dinero, the cause of just getting money. But then I think one of the most powerful moments in all of Western cinema is when they had the choice to leave and go back, but they decided to go back and help out
Jamie Sanchez.
Jamie Sanchez's character, knowing most certainly that they're very likely going to die and will die. But
Warren Oates just says, "Why not?"
Well, yeah, that's one of them. Yeah. That's like, it's kind of funny to laugh at, and you're like, wow, but that's a very powerful moment because it's like if we just keep, being doofuses and just like, oh, this score, that score, have sex with these women, drink, start all over again. I mean, even in a very fundamental way, he's admitting that's a nothing lifestyle. It's not going to add to anything.
And that's why that image of them walking with the guns down the street is so famous now. Because a lot of people are like, oh, it just looks cool. But also, like, what that represents literally is them saying, we're going to take a stand against these people who are, we're evil, but, like, they're doing something even worse than what we're doing, which is being even more, and then you can talk about the moral calculus, kind of like what Volman talks about, but like the idea of like, okay, I believe that all evil is evil, and there's not really, and I mean that's a biblical idea that you can't really measure out evil, because it just is, and that all sin is evil, but that ultimately, if we're looking at it from a human perspective, what the federales are doing is like inherently worse and evil than what they're doing, because they're, raping and pillaging the land and torturing people and just being, really whereas they're just like, well, we'll rob people and we don't plan on killing anybody, but if it happens, then whatever.
And all of that is in contrast to, like, I do feel like this is as much of one of the more, like, sweet, and you don't describe anything in Peckinpah's, like, canon as, like, sweet or endearing, but those sequences where they're just like chilling and hanging out with the revolutionary community and the community that Jamie Sanchez's character is from.
Because they have that whole little parade when they leave, and the one guy does the freaking Kate Blanchett in Fellowship of the Ring, Farewell,
and that is one of the closest things I can remember in a Peckinpah movie to like a feeling of paradise or safety or security, is that little sequence and that idea that, like, you know what, they easily could just stop here and be fine. But there's always, we got to get more money. We got to do the next score.
Well, and they are technically still running away, too. But, which I want to talk, actually, about the Robert Ryan stuff in a minute, so we'll come back to that, about my thoughts on that.
Yeah, that's true. They are running away, but there's still this feeling of like, there's like, this is as good as it got, really, in this whole movie. And you would imagine, for the most part, for these characters' lives in general, writ large.
Yeah.
And it's one of those things, too, it kind of, that conclusion enters this heroic space or quality that's like, these guys are heroes for going back and saving their friend, when objectively it's like, well, they're helping save one guy, then they kill scores of other people.
Well, and also that he dies, they die,
But it's like that heroic sense of like, it's a very Hemingway character-esque thing, although Hemingway's characters on the whole are not nearly as evil up to that point. But just the idea of like taking a stand and standing for something and willing to die for it, that I think was one of the things that like made this movie a hit then and makes it memorable all these years later too. Is that's just kind of a timeless part of.
Well, there's that part earlier in the movie. One of the movie's little like eye roll worthy little like maxims or kind of like little morals is that part when it's funny where he's like Ben Johnson's like, I'm gonna get rid of him. And he's like gonna shoot Edmund O'Brien, and he's like, no, you choose to be loyal to a guy and you stick by him, and if you don't, you're finished. Basically saying like you gotta be loyal to your people, and that's when they're kind of realizing that at the end that they're like, yeah, we didn't really stick by this guy like we should have, and we need to go back and get him, and also talking about that also means when people are older and they seem like, they're useless and like, so the movie has this whole kind of like, and I think it's fine, that the movie has somewhat of a like moral about itself. I'm not saying that it shouldn't, but I think the movie sometimes gets a little bit too like in love with these characters. And I said when we were watching it, I was like, every big moment where they're like laughing,
yeah.
nothing they're talking about is funny at all. And that's not like a negative towards the movie. I'm just like, I'm not sharing.
You think
in
it's
the
like
laughter,
those characters like acknowledgement of the absurdity of their situation, and that they like constantly feel as though they're getting screwed over, and they might as well laugh than do anything else.
I mean, the one part that is objectively funny is when they get all the guns and they get away from the Army and the from the Army and Navy game. No, I'm very successful at doing that every year, getting away from the Army Navy game. I just don't turn on the TV. Yeah, or I just change the channel. But anyway, that when they get away from them and the bounty hunters, and then they're all passing around the liquor bottle.
Yeah,
and that's so funny when Jamie Sanchez drinks his. It goes into this whole mariachi band theme.
Oh, right.
It's just like what, like, and then they all laugh because Warren Oates didn't get any. He was like, they all pass it around. Everybody got some for him. That's like genuinely pretty funny.
Yeah,
all the other stuff's just like, man, we were all having sex with all these women. Oh man, ha 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 ha. It's just like what? Like, why is that funny? Like, I don't know. Anyway,
to what extent do you think Peckinpah like thinks of these as heroic characters?
Well, that's why I was yeah. So like, I think he kind of does. See, that's the thing. It's really hard to read him as a political filmmaker
thinker,
because
which
or
is
thinker,
a weird thing to say, but
because
that's
he
what
goes
it's
all
doing.
over the place.
Yeah.
I mean,
I feel like Straw Dogs is the movie that was read most indirectly with the politics of his movies.
And like I mean,
the whole rap on this is that it came out during the Vietnam War, and just like obviously it has nothing to do with like Vietnam directly, but it does have to do with these capitalistic adventurers who are getting in the middle of this conflict and are kind of using it for their own gain.
Yeah,
and that inherently is its own subtle form of political statement.
Yeah, I think it is. I think it is about that. I mean, but also, yeah, I don't know. I mean,
for everybody,
right? I mean, ultimately, it's kind of like sort of Doom. It's not so much what the movie is saying to me as it is about like what is it to watch it.
Yeah.
And it's a movie that is both thrilling and repulsive in its violence, which is really hard to do.
Because that final like gun battle especially is very thrilling and very
it's cathartic,
here we go.
Which I once discussed with somebody that I won't name them. I mean, they wouldn't care if I did say this, but somebody that goes to our church, let's just say, who our mom also knew in a former life that we know quite well. MW, WM, which is it. Me and him were having a conversation one time about this movie a little bit, and we were talking about the idea of catharsis. And he told me we didn't have time to go into it. But he's like, I don't really believe in the idea of a catharsis in general, and saying that basically what he was implying, he thinks that like that violence is just a lot of violence is just gratuitous, and it's not really like giving us anything. Whereas a part of me agrees with him, and I think it's less warranted and less, it's more rare than like a lot of people think it is, like a true version of it. I think this movie kind of has a catharsis a little bit. I don't really feel it as much as like, for example, Heaven's Gate, which I think has like is the biggest catharsis in any movie I've ever seen, in terms of like, you build up how awful the government is being to all these people, and when they rise up at the end to like get in that massive battle, like that is like, this sounds like a weird thing to say, but I've said this before off air, and I probably said it on air too, I don't remember, is that never in a movie have I felt such a sense of like enjoyable and palpable rage. Like when I watch that climax, I just feel this like immense sense of anger, and
like there's no sense of justice,
and that's what it's taken to do this, and that is so hard to accomplish in a movie. And like, I already love Heaven's Gate anyway, like, so because it's awesome, and if you don't think that, you're kind of just a loser. So I'm not even gonna say you're an idiot, you're just kind of a loser. But the particularly that aspect to me, other than just liking the movie anyway, that particular aspect has immediately like sent it into a stratospheric like level for me as far as it's what it is as a movie, because if you're able to accomplish that, I think that's difficult.
For sure.
So anyway, that's just to say that I think this movie does have a certain kind of catharsis by the ending to say, finally, they're getting their revenge on these people. I think, and so, see, I think that it's weird because the beginning of the movie is kind of the opposite, you know, where it's like opening with these people that are like so evil that they're willing to just like let this old clerk get shot, and they'll shoot people if they have to get, you know, use people as human shields. And
very memorable use of music in that was "Shall We Gather at the River," you know.
And but anyway, so what's that guy's name again? It's Crazy Charles Lee or Crazy Lee or something. If I see the name, I'll know it.
Bo Hopkins.
Bo Hopkins, who's great in everything. Really great in American Graffiti. Yeah. Like another level.
In White Lightning.
Oh yeah, he is in that. I forgot that. My new dress is competitive. But anyway, he's like blasting everybody too and whatever. But so you open the movie like that. So in its own way, the movie is kind of a redemption story, a redemption song. You got to fulfill the book. It is a redemptive story in the sense that these people were bad, but at least they weren't that bad. It's saying like the Mexicans are in the movie. Now,
Bo Hopkins, real quick, final role was in Hillbilly Elegy as Paw Vance.
Oh my Lord. You already know.
It was also a 1999 direct-to-video from Dusk Till Dawn 2, Texas Blood Money.
Does that have Robert Patrick in it?
Yeah, it looks like it.
Yeah. Quick question. Do you think this movie's at all, like, I don't even want to say exactly racist, but, like, kind of... Well, no, I don't think quite, because it shows, like, the good... it shows, like, the... I don't want to use the term the good Mexicans, but, like, it shows the revolutionaries and then the federales like seeing as a difference. So I don't think the movie I think it makes generalizations.
It depends on to what extent you think of looking at a people with pity as its own soft form of racism. I would say is like because as you said, there is a contrast between what
I don't want to say it's like
bad Mexicans in the same way there are good Americans and bad Americans also depicted in this movie, mostly bad.
I'm trying to think of the good ones.
Really, just to the extent to which they exist are the people in the town, but even the movies views those as like doddering fools. I feel like that are getting in the way of being
turn that place into a shooting gallery. The freaking Paw and Bonnie and Clyde.
But because obviously Robert Ryan himself isn't a quote unquote good guy, he's being forced to be on the side of the law.
Yeah,
and even that is being presented as well, just justification on behalf of this capitalist
And I don't want to say that they're depicting the revolutionary and the innocents in Mexico as like the noble savage, but it's a version of that. I feel like in its own way,
maybe paternalistic.
It doesn't overdo it. I don't think it overdoes it. I think it's very light, if it's anything. But I want to talk about Robert Ryan a little bit and his whole aspect, because I think that's actually the most New Hollywood aspect of the movie more than anything.
Yeah, I think part of me, while I was saying earlier, is frustrated by the fact that he doesn't get as much equal time. But I do think that is, as you were saying, very New Hollywood to kind of subvert expectations and kind of frustrate that character's expectations, that he's never the one who gets to finally pull the trigger and kill William Holden's character, extract that revenge, or even just do it by virtue of settling the score for the railroad company. He's there after the fact, and it's like it feels so empty. And he sees Holden's dead body, but takes his gun. Is like and doesn't show, because we were talking about the flashbacks. Definitely, like those brief little snippets don't really need to be in the movie. And I think they're part of more of the director's cut in than the
Being
original
sure
version.
Is my business. Being sure is my.
But that is. And it doesn't, and I love that it doesn't flash back and show a scene where they share the gun and that, but it's very clear that he sees him and he sees this gun and he thinks of a memory or he thinks of the man. It doesn't tell us what he thinks exactly, but it's very clear there's a significance to that for him. Right. And then I honestly forgot how long it feels like he waits after it's all done before Edmund O'Brien and the other Mexicans come up and invite him to be a part of like whatever they're gonna do.
Yeah.
And just utter like, I have nothing. I don't care about anything.
Well, and he even listens to the guys that he was with of like Strother Martin and L.Q. Jones like go get blasted and killed by those guys that are coming
and then
up.
And
he just kind of smiles and laughs. Like, oh my God! Like, and then I guess like nobody gets the ransom money for. I mean, not the ransom money, the bounty money.
Yeah,
he
doesn't even care about that.
Right.
He also berates them the whole time, which they are dumb as hell.
What
like,
was it?
on
That
their
one
journey.
point he said that.
Yeah,
you yellow chicken, or you egg. Hang on, you yellow egg sucking chicken livered gutter trash or something. He called them. But I think that's what's the most new Hollywood aspect of the whole movie. Wow, that picture of Ernest Borgnine is just insane. Is he wearing a hat?
Yeah, McHale's Navy.
My God.
Show he was on.
Yeah, no, I know all about that. But anyway, that he in the movie that like he's the guy that's going after him, and then like that he doesn't even get to like get there. I mean, because it makes you wonder. You watch the movie multiple times, you're like, why were these characters even in the movie if they didn't end up killing them or getting them, and then you realize, well, that's the new Hollywood aspect, is showing just the uselessness of that, and about how almost they died on their own terms, which is its own like form of robbery, for justice, like, and so I do really like that aspect. I just wish there were more of him in the movie, just because he's great, So
he's actually really, I think, a pretty great actor.
Yeah.
I've seen him in a few things. I think he is in.
Oh my God! Look at that picture. What is that from?
His Wikipedia picture, The Naked Spur, which
yeah, I forgot he was in that. Yeah, that's right.
I think one of the last things he was in.
The Iceman Cometh, wasn't it?
Yes, it was The Iceman Cometh. He's really good in that.
Yeah. That Frankenheimer made that.
Yes. Yeah. Really good.
So yeah, I mean, like, I think that, and I love that. Yeah, final scene where they all show up and he goes with them, and like I was saying, that we were talking about how good the lighting was in that scene. It was, like,
actually
really
has a pretty big politics section on his Wikipedia page. Though Ryan served in the military, he came to share the pacifist views of his wife Jessica, who was a Quaker.
What was his like overall?
And then he, I think, donated money and services to civic and religious organizations like ACLU, American Friends Service Committee, United World Federalists. He and Steve Allen became founding co-chairs of the Committee for a Sane Nuclear Policy Hollywood chapter. So, pretty left of center guy is what it sounds like. Served as cultural division of the Committee to Defend Martin Luther King Jr. Organized short-lived Artists Help All Blacks.
Oh yeah, he's doing great work.
That's kind of a slightly politically incorrect name now that is actually doing good things, but it's just like, with Bill Cosby, remember him? Robert Culp, Sidney Poitier, and several other actors. So, yeah, a good guy as far as his politics goes. But like I said, like you were saying, I like that it does kind of have that new Hollywood frustration element to it. And there's kind of a similar thing going on in Pat Garrett and Billy the Kid, the other Peckinpah movie. I was actually wanting to rewatch that before we saw this and talked about it, but I forgot to.
Yeah, I've got the new 4K, but I rewatched it
too. I do feel like by
the way, you know that guy Jim Beaver that's like was in Deadwood, and then he was in he was like the gun salesman in Breaking Bad.
Yeah.
So he's like really active on Letterboxd. I don't know if you follow him on there.
Oh yeah, you've told me that. Yeah.
And he randomly like rewatched and logged and gave a review for Pat Garrett recently.
Yeah.
And it was like a 1.5 star, 2 star. It was like, I think this movie's really bad. And like I was like, what? Like, I don't know. That's just crazy. But
I think one of this movie's silver bullets is Edmund O'Brien. Is Freddie Sykes, who basically is playing the Walter Brennan old coot role, basically, of like, this like goofy old man who which is a common trope in a lot of
yeah, and I
westerns.
mean you
like
have
to
that now, like the big version of that now is Uncle in Red Dead. So yeah,
it was a big revelation moment for me when I realized that Edmund O'Brien was also in White Heat, kind of as the undercover cop in that, because I love both of those movies around the same time.
Well, it's totally crazy when you think about how, like, you know, 7 Days in May came out literally only 5 years before this.
Yep.
How different he looks from then to then. It's just like nuts.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, they, you know, made him look older for this one, but like...
You know, also the 1939 Hunchback of Notre Dame is Gringor.
No, I don't know.
So say that. I've not seen that version. Have you seen the 20s Hunchback of Notre Dame? Did you like it?
Yeah, it's all right. I've never been the biggest the whole Lon Chaney experience. Well, let me say this. I definitely like Lon Chaney Sr. way better than Jr., but, like, also just, like, whatever.
Again, you mentioned him earlier. Can't forget Strother Martin and L.Q. Jones.
All-timers there.
What if, like, there was a spin-off movie of those two characters? Well, not before they get
killed. Yeah, I was
going
to say, it ain't going to happen now.
Maybe it'd been a short film
right,
about what happened with them. But... You know, that, like, can you imagine, like, a series of Western comedies? They made, like, 5 or 6, like...
Yeah, I mean, I think it's
into
funny that, like, you know, they are part of that Western trope of the two fools.
Yeah.
I mean, you have that in all kinds of stuff, too, you know. I mean, that's a Shakespearean, like, thing, and you have that also in samurai movies, too, sometimes. Most notably, The Hidden Fortress, which was a big inspiration for the kind of the two fools of C-3PO and R2-D2 and Star Wars, but...
comic foils in general.
Right, but and this is like the most degenerate, disgusting,
it's like going through every dead
awful, nasty people. Yeah, and he's like, I can't get his belt off, like all the time, and I can nail him. Yeah, I can nail him, and he's like talking about, I must have killed all 3 of them, and they're like arguing over who killed who.
After oh God, the movie he was very famous for.
Cool Hand Luke.
Cool Hand Luke. Yeah, he's basically.
And it was the same year as Butch Cassidy. He was in too.
Oh, that's right. I forgot he was in that. Also, 1970, right after that Ballad of Cable Hogue.
Yeah.
Other Peckinpah movie.
But yeah, there's plenty of moments in this where he's just like, checking for gold teeth, and just like all kinds of like, get this, get that, like, all the time. Like, and you look, and it's funny though. As much as he talks about that stuff, you'd think he'd look like a daggum Dapper Dan or something. Everything looks like garbage around him all the time. Like, awful.
It is interesting to just in passing mention Butch Cassidy's Sundance Kid, because that's like another version of taking on some similar ideas and themes, but obviously that's much more
it's way more comedic and inherent, but not like in a like goofy way, just more like about personality, and
which makes its ending all the more like a gut punch. Like I remember, that's not a movie I've seen too many times. I've probably seen it maybe only 3 or 4 times.
I've seen it probably 5 or 6.
And the most recent time, I think I watched it by myself, and just like I really fell back in love with those characters. And I mean, obviously you're picking 2 of the best, most memorable movie stars of all time to be in that movie, but like just the gut punch of that ending of like, it's kind of that similar, like we know these characters are probably going to die.
It's not Bonnie and Clyde.
Yeah, but it's, and those are more, it's probably mostly just because it is Paul Newman and Robert Redford, but like I feel like, well, with Bonnie and Clyde, it's interesting to mention that because those are characters that, like, you know, they're so grimy and dirty, but they're played by beautiful Warren Beatty and Faye Dunaway. So, like, their death feels almost like this rape or this awful thing you're seeing that happens to them. And you don't really feel sympathy exactly, but I don't know. I do feel a sense of, like, crestfallenness a little bit.
Yeah.
With this, it feels like, these characters pretty much know what they're going to, not only deserve what they get, but they kind of know, this is the end of the line. We don't really feel tragic about it all that much. I feel like there is a little bit of a wistfulness to, like, Holden right before as he's, like, with the woman that he was with right before he sees her. And meanwhile, Ernest Borgnine, he's the Tom Sizemore of the action, is the juice guy of the whole crew.
Well, I was wondering if there's, like, I've thought about this before, if there might be a kind of, like, homoerotic, like, kind of thing going
he
on.
wishes that
Him and
Holden's
William
character
Holden were a
loved.
thing, yeah,
He
maybe.
loved him almost as much as Robert Ryan and him had liked each other, had
Right.
that connection in the past, and that's in the realm of possibility. I think
because
that makes sense.
I've noticed every time they're like hanging out with and like having sex with the women, he's always like not doing that. So I don't know. It's just kind of very quiet kind of implication in the movie. I think maybe, but I don't know.
Where do you think this fits in with this era of the new Hollywood revisionist westerns? Because just to name a few, you got this, you got McCabe and Mrs. Miller, which I think's about as good, maybe even better than this. I don't know. They're both up there.
I think this is the best one in terms of being a holistic experience of like everything about it. I think that McCabe and Mrs. Miller is more considered and thoughtful and everything, but
and it's also going for something more sober and more earnest, I feel like, even though there's irony in it inherently because it's a 70s Altman movie. I've still never seen Little Big Man. I know that's a big one.
I haven't either. I've seen the parts of it that are in the movie The Holdovers.
Right.
But,
well, what do you, consider about what the Western has been since this?
I mean...
because I feel like now we live in a world where we're
more
naturally
normal to be like
more
this,
cynical about the West than it was for a long time before that, but it's hard to imagine going back to a more romantic vision of that time period and place.
One of my other favorite-ish Westerns is Unforgiven, which
is very dark. Yeah.
I mean, when you say a line like, "That's right, I have killed women and children. I've killed about everything that's walked or crawled at one time or another, and now I'm here to kill you, little Bill," is just like, GD. Just like you gotta have ice in your veins to say something like that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, like that, and the Lonesome Dove adaptation, that was a little more romantic, I'm assuming, but you started having the 90s, you had a lot more of those kind of like, somewhere in between, but because even all those movies is like, I think Unforgiven, maybe not, but like, something like Tombstone, or, White Earp, or, some of those, like, Kevin Costner Westerns were like utilizing the ability to be more extreme, but ultimately were more of a romantic kind of version
Young Guns
of what the West is.
I think, a little more romantic-ish kind of version too.
Whereas, I haven't seen it, but I'm assuming The Long Riders is the Walter Hill movie. Is more cynical probably than a lot of these. But,
This sounds like a very random, strange thing to say, but bear with me on this. I really feel like the character of Woody in Toy Story is the only real romantic-ish version of the West as far as Woody's Roundup, and that's obviously, even in 1999, seen as this antiquated, thing of the past. But I feel
that's just talking about it on the term of an actual, literal cowboy.
Yeah.
Not like the cowboys in Tombstone. I mean, that was literally their nickname, was the Cowboys, but they were
that's
an actual gang, and that's where kind of the cowboy idea kind of comes from in its own way, is of the rowdy cowboy is that,
True.
But you're right. I never thought about it that way, because he's a cat. Because of course I think of Woody as a cowboy, but it's so within the realm of animation that I don't really think of it as real life or anything, you know. But I mean, there are those sections where he's but that's definitely romantic, because he's stopping the villain of Mr. Potato Head doing something, or Ham or whatever. But yeah.
Is this the first Toy Story 5 getting ready to come out? Is this the first one post Don Rickles' death? And if so, who's voicing Mr. Potato Head?
No, I think he died before the fourth one, I'm pretty sure.
Maybe so.
I'm pretty sure about that.
We're going to answer some hard-hitting
questions.
Well,
guy that played Ernest, he's been dead a long time.
Oh, right. Yeah.
He was only in the first two.
Jeff Bergman voicing Mr. Potato Head. Let's see here. No, I think... Wait a minute. It says he's voicing... All right, Don Rickles died in 2017. When did...
That was 2018 when that came
Maybe
out.
he recorded it.
He probably did. 2018 or 2019 when Toy Story 4 came out.
Yeah. So, anyways.
Anyway, the Wild Bunch. Oh, what about
Did you know that John Ratzenberger
You got
has
a
a
grin-
voice as Ham in this?
Yeah,
Wallace Shawn's still kicking his Rex.
yeah. Andre Gregory's still living too. I mean,
John Hopkins is Mr. Pricklepants.
dang, it's crazy. They got the whole hospital to play Mr. Pricklepants.
Ernie Hudson is Combat Carl.
Wow.
Keanu Reeves is Duke Kaboom. I remember he was in
Oh,
4.
that was kind of funny.
Yeah.
A little bit of that. Duke Kaboom.
Alan Cumming as an evil version of Bullseye.
Bullseye. Oh, the horse?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. An evil version.
I love it. And then it's like Bad Bunny is pizza with sunglasses. It's like,
God. I did see that. There was like a picture of the pizza with sunglasses.
like Maddie Matheson as Dr. Nutcase, a daredevil peanut toy who fears tech.
So he's going to be with Duke Kaboom, I guess, the whole time.
I guess so, yeah. Now, one last thing. You read that book about the production of the Wild Bunch.
Yeah.
You didn't really
That's
care for it all that
terrible.
much.
Terrible,
Yeah.
yeah.
Well,
I mean,
didn't a guy like admit, yeah, I'm basically just a big Wild Bunch
Yeah,
fan.
it was like his
and-
favorite movie or whatever, and his name was like Sutton or something like that. But anyway, yeah, that was a pretty awful book. It was funny because I had heard before I read it that John Landis had said, and he's his own kind of idiot sometimes. So, especially when he presided over the death of multiple people, like 4 people or whatever.
That's kind of dumb when you think about it.
Yeah, it's kind of the dumbest thing you could ever do.
Look, he fell off.
Yeah, and then he had a whole career after that.
Yeah.
I don't know, but it wasn't as big. I'll say that. Not quite.
Yeah.
He had said about that book. I remember he was on the Movies That Made Me podcast, and he said about that book. He was like, "Yeah, that book literally taught me nothing about the movie." And I was like, "Well, that didn't exactly tell me anything." I mean, because he knew enough about it already or whatever.
Sure.
I mean, to me, I was like, "Okay, well, you literally work in Hollywood. I'm sure you know all kinds of things about the Wild Bunch." So I read it anyway.
Yeah.
But I think he described it the wrong way. I think he should have said the book was just really not good and it was just kind of bad. It did tell me about the Albert Decker story though. That was something else.
You want to recount that?
Yeah,
for the
so
pod?
there was that guy. Well, you just look it up on Wikipedia. It's
Yeah.
there, but Albert Decker that played Mr. Harrigan in the movie. He was like the railroad guy.
Yeah.
And that he was found before the movie was even released. After it had been filmed, it was still in the editing stage. He had been found in a hotel having basically hanged himself in autoerotic asphyxiation. And he was wearing a woman's dress or something. Go down to the death section, see what it says. You can read it.
I can read it here. Yeah.
Yeah, we can laugh about it.
On May 5th, 1968, Decker was found dead. His Hollywood home by his fiance, fashion model, and future
No, it was
Love
his
Boat
house.
creator Geraldine Saunders.
What?
She saw all that and it's like, I must create the Love Boat.
Yeah.
That
was her way. The Love Boat.
He had hanged himself in his bathroom while dressed in women's lingerie. His body was covered in explicit words and drawings and red lipstick. Money and camera equipment were missing, but there were no signs of forced entry. Police calling it, quote, quite an unusual case. Originally said it was suicide, but the deputy coroner found no evidence of foul play nor any indication that he planned to take his life and ruled his death accidental, the result of autoerotic
I
asphyxiation.
thought I was going to say death by misadventure, which is always my favorite.
If I could
Anyway,
die
yeah,
anyways, misadventure would be a good
Oh,
one.
yeah.
Decker was cremated and his remains interred at the Garden States Crematory in North Bergen, New Jersey. His star is he has a star on the motion picture category of the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Wait, really?
So
What else was he in that he would get that?
He replaced Lee J. Cobb as Willie Loman in Death of a Salesman.
Okay.
An enemy of the people plays. Did a lot of stage stuff. Looks like
okay.
Man for All Seasons and The Devils.
Oh, was that the adaptation of the Dostoevsky? Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Well, it's based on the Aldous Huxley's The Devils of London. Is that the
Click on that. Loudon. Oh yeah, that's a version of the Devils.
Yeah, right.
Okay.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
All right, never mind. I got that wrong. I was like, surely
as far
that's
as
not
movies
Devils.
he was in, Dr. Cyclops, The Killers, Kiss Me Deadly, and The Wild Bunch.
Oh yeah, he is in Kiss Me Deadly. I forgot that. That movie's something else.
Well, good for him.
For what?
He went out doing what he loved.
I get. Yeah, evidently.
It's so weird.
Yeah, especially when you like just see him in this, and you're like, wait, what? Like, anyway, it's kind of like that whole thing that happened to that guy that was on Hogan's Heroes. That they made that movie Autofocus about.
Oh, yeah.
It was like he got like killed, and he was like part of this whole like pornography ring or whatever. I don't know. It was weird. But anyway, so the Wild Bunch is
bitter, gruesome end, which much like the movie itself.
Right.
So, check it out if you haven't seen it. Again, this is old hat for us. I feel like
yeah.
I'm kind of surprised we haven't done this already on here.
And we'll maybe we could probably just do an entire other hidden podcast extra of us just quoting stuff from the movie. So we didn't really feel the need to do that today, but
or even just do a commentary of it too, and do
eventually,
that as we're watching it. But that's going to do it for.
I gotta say, one of my
this
favorite
episode.
lines, real quick, in the movie is where it's like, "How's it feel getting to kill and be paid for it? How's it feel being so GD right? Good. Why, you dirty son of a bitch."
I love he's like good. Yeah,
he's like, good. Apparently, it feels good to do other things too.
And on that note,
man, anyway,
RIP,
Jeff.
You know. Also,
my name is Jeff.
We have a new little conceit we're about to unload on each
unveil.
other. Unveil.
Yeah.
We're thinking about doing this every once in a while, maybe once a year, where I have a movie in mind and Levi has a movie in mind, and we're going to reveal those live here on the podcast. Neither one of us know the other movie that we're going to do, so they're going to.
I don't even know what my movie is yet.
Levi's got like a little roster of sorts.
Yeah, and I'm going to see what yours is, and then I'm going to like pick based off of that.
So, as of this very moment we're recording, we do not know the clips that will be going in, but as you will hear, it's already been determined. So, Jeff, what have we got next time?
Stay tuned for scenes from our next episode.
Turner, that's $100 bill. He's putting a hurt on that white boy, at least. Makes me feel good. He's dancing and ducking. Go straight at it. Stick. Move. Earl 2, huh? This is it, L. Third round. He's about to go. Who's about to fall? He's about to fall, L.
You don't think Griff could knock down Big Chet by accident, do you?
He's making it look good for sure. Jab! Roll that shoulder. Yo. You ain't dropping
Turner! This isn't the fight!
Nickel Academy Annual Boxing Championship by unanimous decision. The winner is Griff!
I thought it was still the second. Spencer, wait, hey, I thought it was the second. I ain't know. Spencer! Mr. Spencer, I thought it was the second. I ain't know. I swear! I ain't know. I thought it was the second.
Ask it again?
That first clip you heard of is, drumroll please, Nickel Boys from 2024. It's a movie I liked a lot and didn't really talk about it much on the pod, and it kind of came out, I saw it later where it was like right after, oh, okay, I'd said this award or that award or made my list of best movies of 2024. So it was all kind of set in stone, and then I actually saw that movie, thankfully, on the big screen. It came out on Amazon release too, and was like, wow, actually maybe, I'm going to make this further determination when we watch it, but maybe that was actually the best movie of that year and one of my very favorite movies of that year.
Yeah, because I never did get to see it. I read the book, but...
And I really liked the book a lot too. I think the movie's as good or if not better than the book was. Colson Whitehead, of course, wrote the book. Directed by Ramel Ross, wrote the screenplay with Jocelyn Barnes. Follows two African-American boys, Elwood and Turner, who are sent on to an abusive reform school in 1960s Florida. Film's inspired by the Dozier School for Boys, now closed Florida reform school, notorious for its abusive treatment of students. One thing I do just want to mention here, other than, of course, the movie's first-person perspective, so the whole thing's told like first person. And I remember I literally saw, like, I think this and then Presence within, like, a week or two of each other. So there was just, like, like, wow, there's a lot of first-person cinema going on, like, right now. IndieWire named it their best film of the 2020s and as of 2025 and has cited it among the best films of the 21st century. And as crazy as that sounds, I think they might be onto something with this movie because I really liked it a lot the first time and have wanted to have been rewatching it. So, Levi, Nickel Boys, surprise, surprise.
Can I ask you a question about that movie real quick? I'm curious. And this will be a spoiler for both, I guess, me, if it's not the answer, and people who wouldn't know. So do they... is there like an aspect to this movie where it's like in the future tense?
Yes.
That it's like unclear who lived, like it is in the book?
that all future stuff happens at the end of the movie. There's not like a frame device like at the beginning, I would say, as much as that I remember.
Okay.
It's like revealed at the end, but that comes as a twist of who's who. That's
does? Okay.
That is what is in the book, so it adapts like that.
So it is a twist in the movie, too. It
right,
treats it as that. Okay, that's what I was wondering anyway. So,
and I'd say it like, one of the marvels of this movie is it somehow makes very clear, without, I think pretty subtly, of like who you're looking at, who you're in the vision of. And like I think that's like
does it go back and forth?
Yes, it goes back
it does.
And,
Okay,
sometimes in the same scene, and it's just like going back and forth, and it's very incredibly, I think, well done as far as making clear who's who as you're watching. So
interesting.
Remind me what you thought of the book. I can't remember.
I liked it quite a bit. I didn't like it as much as the Underground Railroad, but because I really like that book a lot. But
yeah, I think that book is probably a little more inventive. That show was amazing. As we've talked about it here and there. I think this might be an even better movie than that was a show though too. And that's saying a lot. But anyways, Nickel Boys, Levi.
All right, mine's gonna be from 2025, The Mastermind.
Oh, okay.
Because you have ran away from this movie for too long, and it's the same thing with this one too. No, because actually I think it's apt because this has
Josh
been
O'Connor moment right
now,
too,
this has been a movie that with Nickel Boys that like I've just not seen, and so similarly, I had a bunch of other movies that were going to be a lot more nihilistic. Like my go-to pick was going to be Cruising, which would be really weird.
I got a 4K of that,
to go with Nickel Boys, but. Yeah, The Mastermind, which we talked about that already when we did the best of, but
both also
because I want to talk to somebody else about it in a lot of ways.
There's
too,
you talked about a little bit on the best like our Harry Dean awards, I think a little bit. One thing's interesting too is they both have weirdly the same problem that like they were movies that got very 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 small releases theatrically, but then hit streaming. Which then, we talk about this all the time, enter the, I'll get around to that eventually, and then years go by and you never eventually do get around to it. So they're actually both good little pairings in that way.
Yeah.
Well, very good. I didn't know what you were going to pick, so I was like, okay.
Like I said, it all depended on, I didn't want to like, because that was not on my mind at all that you were going to pick Nickel Boys. So I was like, that would be funny if it were like another one was The House That Jack Built. So, I think it's better to go with The Mastermind. So, actually, one of my picks was going to be Cruising, possibly anyway, because you've got that Blu-ray. We're probably going to watch that this summer anyway at some point. But like that, we still haven't seen that. And then we're going to watch Interior Leather Bar. No, I'm just kidding. But another one was also Enter the Void, the Gus
one of the most
Burned
random
film,
conceits, by the way, of any movie I think I've ever
you got to
heard.
be a real sicko to come up with that one. I got to say,
James Franco.
Anyways,
well, very good. So we'll be watching Nickel Boys and The Mastermind.
And we're not sure when that'll happen exactly because we're going to be really busy over the next month.
When it comes, when it happens, it happens, and you'll be the first to know. So that's going to do for all the time we have today. This is Kyle.
This is Levi.
Take care. God bless.
Thank you for just taking a deal. Thank you very much. So nice. Goodbye.